Oh, how is this? Come on, come on, come on. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody. Sorry about this. Bear with me. Look, we've got mics. Delicious, made in Mexico. Clean cream and sparchment with some buckling. And, yeah, a good old MIM Strat with a MIM glossy fingerboard, but thankfully it's not falling apart. So we have some things to do with this. Well, first of all, pickups sound fantastic. Yeah, pickups sound fantastic. I was going to, apart from being crackly, but so Mike brought this down. You have to forgive me a minute. I've got a nose that had like a scab on it or a bite or something, and I scratched it and it bled on the side. Anyway, yeah, it's a lovely one. It feels, I don't know much about this, but it feels like an earlier version of the Mexico. And maybe other people will tell me, you know, with this black Fender logo. Very, very budget tuners, budgety string tree, standard Korean nut. I'm not sure this is sprayed over. I think the reason I like this partly is because if you look at the lighting on this, I think this is a different version. I think they've changed the process. This is finished and buffed first, then fretted, which is why I'm impressed with it. Grubby, but great sounding pickups. Bridge is not liked much, so we're replacing or upgrading the bridge. We've got some cracks in the finish there, no problem. So we're going to clean up, upgrade, and we're also, rather than try and flatten this and thingy it, iron it flat, we're going to replace it. So all of this stuff is, this guitar's been in an attic for 10 years or something. And the jack socket's knackered as well. Yeah, it's been in an attic for 10 years. So Mike's finally got it out of the attic and just wants to give it some proper TLC, which is why it's here. And so we're going to, you know, I was suggesting, we've even got a part of a wasp's head on here. I was suggesting what we would do. Now I've lost the little brush. Somehow I've lost the little brush, which is really annoying. I can't seem to get rid of this bits of fly. Anyway, yes, sorry about that. So we, yeah, I kind of suggested, look, we can do a full setup on this and it will sound great. And every sort of point I came to, like the bridge, Mike was going, can we upgrade it? I'm going, well, you can. So we're upgrading it. Came to the tuners, can we upgrade it? Well, we can. So we're upgrading those, and I bought a set of electrics in case we want to upgrade as well. Now these are US, and I think they should work with the pots, the knobs that are already on there. But just to show you, I mean, this is what's amazing about the Made in Mexico. The cheapest tuners possible. You couldn't get cheaper tuners than those, and that's a Fender, ladies and gentlemen. And in a similar way, this applies to the back. So if I remove these screws here now, and I think we've got a load of rusty screws too, which we'll probably replace. But yeah, so the bridges on these are a kind of low mass. Sorry, it's not very good camera work, is it? It's a low mass zinc alloy arrangement. Which is pretty dire considering it's a Fender. We got rusty screws everywhere, so we'll replace those. Give it some fresh screws. So it's been sat in a damp attic possibly for a long time. I mean, it's been sat there for 10 years, but I'm not sure it's damp. Whether or not it's damp, ambient damp that makes these things rusty, or whether it's, you know, residual moisture in the wood from years ago, I don't know. Yeah, a little thin, weedy block. So the upgrades we're going to make are surprisingly budget, but they're good quality. So we're going for some locking tuners which are a no-name brand, but they're kind of equivalent of the Vanson quality brand, which actually is pretty good. So this kind of thing here. So they're kind of subtle and small. They're locking tuners, why not? And they're only about just under 20 quid, and they feel pretty good. So that will be an improvement on these little toy ones. And here we've got a Wilkinson. I haven't even opened this darn thing. We've got a Wilkinson, and it's M series, so it's budget series. Now, with the spacing, I was originally going to go for the block, or try and get one with the block saddles, but I couldn't get the block saddles one. But I have got a load of block saddles that we could probably just change out. But the great thing is this has a full mass block, as you can see, and it has a push-in arm, which is a ton better than the one that's in there. So we've got a flat new scratch plate and some new pots, which I think we should probably fit anyway. And we're going to give it a sort of clean up as we go, and then of course a setup. Now, although I know you'd all love to see me dive straight into trying to do all the upgrades, a sort of question we have really is, well, the first question, the difficult bits is the tuners may have to be widened. We'll ream the holes wider, and the only kind of discussion will be about whether or how well this this plate here, or sorry, this new bridge fits the existing. I measured them up and they're the same spacing, but it's just whether it sits all in exactly the right space or not, and whether the route here is suitable for the bigger block and doesn't get constrained. This one wasn't going to move very well anyway because it's up against the scratch plate, so that's got to come off. But having talked of all those beautiful things, I think really the thing we probably should start out with is the boringest bit, in a sense, which is the setup part of it. Although I'd love to dive into the goodness that is upgrading. It feels very luxurious to be chucking on new bits and stuff. So, but if we go back out and think about the setup part, and the reason I think about that is because it's good to do it while we've got all the, well, we've got the sacrificial strings on, we can set the action where we want it, etc. And we can take care of that first. I'm fairly confident that this gloss finish poly on here will survive the fretting, sorry, the fret leveling process very well. So it's got a very low first fret action anyway. It's a bit inconsistent, but it's pretty good to start with. I could either leave that as is, or we could go to fit a new tusk nut. Now, I've got a couple of here. I've got one that I couldn't use from before, which is untouched, and it's a 9.5, and I was lining it up to possibly use it with a little shim because it was too narrow for the guitar I originally had planned for it. So if we were to tap out this bridge, it probably do some good. Oh, this string's filthy, and they may well break at this point, so I'm just being a little bit hopeful. If we can encourage them to, the nut to come out, and then we can get the setup part done. And it's kind of nice in a way, doing the setup part while it's all just disgustingly filthy, because the filthy bit doesn't have anything to do with it. Now, one of the concerns that Mike had was that at the time, or last time he remembered having the guitar in his care, he was concerned that it was electrocuting him. So it's one of the reasons, not that it's that easy for a guitar to actually electrocute in real terms, because there's no live voltage unless you've got a problem with your amp. The guitar doesn't produce enough electricity to do you any harm. So if it's electrocuting you, or if there's a charge coming through to you, it may well be the result of a faulty amplifier, which again I can't sort that out. But in the meantimes, what I can do is, if we do replace all the original pots and stuff, we can then make sure it's all put back together in the correct fashion. Now, interestingly, this nut almost looks like it's back to front, like a left-hander on a right-hand guitar, but it may or may not be. So if I were to put the effort into getting the nut right first, and then we go into the setup part, and then once the neck is done, it's sort of all done and sorted. So I'm just going to begin with some gentle encouragement to see if the nut will come out. Yes, it will, thankfully. Nice and simple, and it's a curved slot. We'll have a look at the width of it. So before you get into this, it's always important to check, especially with an older guitar like this, it could be a slightly non-standard slot. So we have 3.2 around about, and that's what we want on our replacement. 3.19, 3.2. Good. That's a good swap. Otherwise, it could be like the previous attempt to use that new nut was, it didn't get used because the slot was, the original nut was just fractionally bigger, and it really made it impossible, because you can fit them, of course, because the replacement one is a little narrower, but it goes into the slot and then just is loose, and it rocks forward, and in doing so it ends up tilting, which you absolutely don't want. So what I'm just doing here is just trying to lift up any obvious gunge. I really could do with my little paintbrush head. If I don't find it, I'm going to have to go and buy another one, which would be a tragedy. Oh man, where could it go? I mean, there aren't so many places. Oh well. Right, so anyway, so we're going to need to take the little burr off this nut, which is kind of feels quite nice the way it is now. Let's just make sure that the spacing is pretty much the same. Yeah, it's a fraction wider, but not enough to worry too much about. What I'm going to do is get a grindy thing. I call it a Dremel sanding drum, but it's Proxon really. A Proxon U. Anyway, I hope you's all's well in your worlds. If I'm sounding deliriously happy or something today, it's because the sun's finally come out, and the weather app on my phone says Scorchio, Scorchio, Scorchio across the next few days. So we've got some nice weather coming. Now that also coincides with a ton of work to do. So in one sense, that's could be seen as a shame. On another, then at least I can enjoy the hammocky outdoor world until it's time to come up and do some hard labour of an evening. So I'm kind of blessed in that respect. I get to choose when it is I come up here. It's difficult to get this off flush. If anything, it's better it sort of better if it dips a little bit here than anything else, because it can accommodate that rather than a bit sticking up. So I have a little spare bit of, or a little rounded off bit of sandpaper here, which I can just do a sort of double check. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Now, what we'll have, no doubt, is a thing that's probably fractionally too tall and a tiny bit too wide, so we'll need to make a small adjustment there, and we obviously want it to sit in there. So it's a classic old thing, classical. Do I indeed, the question is, do I attempt to take stuff off the bottom to get this down to its perfect action, or do I put it in there and work it down? And I think with something as shallowly fitted as this, and currently as nicely fitted, I don't want to look the gift horse too far in the mouth. So what I will probably do is I'll probably use this work with what we've got. Partly because taking the stuff off the underside of it is actually quite a hard thing to do, because it involves working it on a curved block, obviously. So that's a little bit difficult, but even when you do, you still end up having to do the final bit with the those things, nut files. So this is very little off this side. Now what I don't have is a direct comparison, but we can check one by doing a sort of measuring test. So if I go down to this end with the low E, and we measure, we've got 306 between the low E slot and the bottom, 306 I think I said, and then this comes in at 340, 350, so that's nearly half a millimetre difference. Now I would rather cut down half a millimetre and then reshape the top of the nut than I would trying to take it all off. And the reason for that is that it gives me a bit of radius room to play, because if I do it all from the underside and then I find the radius isn't exactly where I want it, I've got nowhere to go down to. If I wanted to take it down, here's what I would do. I would get my 9.5 thingamy and my thingamy, and I would, I don't know what you can see here, it's terrible camera work, as usual. I would affix this little thing. Now this is again part of the difficult thing, because it's we're so shallow a nut really, it's quite difficult to get it to bite and hold in place. So I'm going to shove this into here, tighten it up, and give it about the same extension everywhere. So we said half a millimetre, right? And you might say, well, how do you know, if you're going to sand it down, how do you know when you've got half a millimetre? Well, the veritable truth is I don't. So I'm going to have to stop and check. But meantime, I shall begin. Now where is the brush? Oh, you can't have lost my brush. You can't have lost my brush. It should be here. I should be able to just clean this off like... Oh, God. Anyway, my brush is not available. So I do have this device, and it is probably, I'm not sure if it was ever meant to be used quite this way, but I can use it on the 9.5 and I can work down some of the height thusly. I've got nothing to brush it. Boy, I am so devoid of brushings. I've got this one here, but it's not quite the same thing. Yeah, so anyway, you probably know me already. I'm over excited by an improvement in the weather. So as soon as the weather picks up, I've suddenly got a new lease of life. Of course, it won't last forever. And with the new lease of life, no, with the weather improvement, what I suddenly thought was, actually, I've got a refinish to do on Dave Bing's. Oh, am I allowed to mention it? Oh, God, I'm sorry. I have, yes, it must be public knowledge. Sorry, Dave. On his Gibson Vixen, we've got a neck brake repair, and a refinish. And it's weather or not, the weather is starting to look great for the next few days, and it would be just fine, literally, for spray weather. And I've got a bunch of the Pelham blue that we're going to do it in already here, so who knows, that could be done. But in order to take advantage of that weather, it does of course mean that I've got to get the repair part of it done probably by Monday or Tuesday at the very latest, which means a fairly busy schedule, and it's a kind of repair I've not done before. Although I've done Gibson headstock brakes, but I've done them, and the ones that have conveniently been absolutely clean brakes and gone together perfectly well. So let's see where we are with this. Oops. Mills, please. Yeah, so it'll be a new one, and I will have to make a sort of jig for it to cut the slots for splines. What's that, 3.9? I think we're almost right on the ball. I might have gone just to the limit. Yes, we're exactly on the limit there. Whew. Right, probably wouldn't have wanted to go that perfect actually, but it'll serve me right. So I've done it there, and if it's wrong, I'll just grab another nut and start again. Okay, so let's bring this back into play. Yeah, so I'll have to have a look at that and see whether it's feasible to do that ready for this nice weather. Let's have a look at how that's sitting. Well, that doesn't quite want to sit down. That's sitting down. I'll sit down. We are sailing. This one doesn't quite want to go. How are we doing? A tiny bit of drift each end. So I'll take that down a little bit. Yes, anyway. So, yes, I might get onto that. Depends on how feasible it looks. So, as I say, it's a new, slightly new one on me, so I have to kind of think it through and work it through in my brain department first. I get it in principle. It's just that I can't immediately visualize the routing jig I would need to make it work. I've got to drill 2 slots into the broken part of the neck, and then I've got to fit 2 splines to reinforce, and so on and so forth. So it's all doable and have doneable beforeable, but it's just new to me, or everything. The sweetest sound that I can sing, song that I can sing. Oh baby, who was that? You to me are everything. Sweetest sound that I can bring, sing. Oh baby. Okay, a bit of rounding offs. Now, if it doesn't sit down lovely jubbly, it's kind of feels nice width-wise, but it's very tight. And if it don't seat nicely on both sides, actually it really does. What I'm going to do is I'm going to paint my wagon, my frets first, while I've got the strings out of the way, and then we'll put them on under full load, and we'll kind of use that to press the nut down as much as we can, and then we'll be sort of ready to set the neck up. And in my world, setting the neck to how we want it to be is a beautiful thing, man. It's the heart of the setup, and as you've probably heard me say in the past, if you've watched any of my videos, my approach to the setup is to make the neck comply with the action that we want, and not the other way around. In other words, we're not being dictated to in how we should have the action by what's possible with the underlying frets, which is mostly what we get used to when we start out playing guitars. We either play what we're given, or we play what the neck permits us to do, because that's just how it is. And you know, we sort of lower the neck, lower the action usually until, you know, we get intolerable buzzings, and then we stop and we go, well, that's it. And we might, if we're foolish, we might ask a few friends who know a luthier, or have once upon a time spoken to somebody who says they're a luthier, and then we get all kinds of mumbo jumbo back and get more confused than when we started, and basically that's it. So in this case, we do it the other way. We make the neck the way we want it, and then also we put the action where we want it, and we make the neck, the frets, shall we say, comply with that. Okay, so I'm going to do some basic checks now. My nut is in place. The action's fraction higher than I would like it on one side, but that's fine. Squeeze it down as much as it will go. It's going to seat in its sort of default happy position at the moment. So I would rather this small distance now finish with the nut files than anything else. So I'm going to get it to pitch, and then we're going to check the relief, set the first and last, well, sorry, last. Actually, we'll do the first fret action as well. We should. Okay, the neck is a little bit misaligned, but that could be taken care of when we tweak it a bit further. As I said, I think I probably ought to take care of the nut slots now, so that we don't have any more detailed work to do. Let's just get these things. Every tool in the house has come off the wall with this guitar. So let's go across. Let's have a zoom up, give you something more interesting to perhaps look at. There's a big fly buzzing around here, annoying me. So what we're going to do is we're going to take care of the top 3 strings first, and then go down to the bottom 3. And I'm going to just put a bit of green paper under there, no, tape. We're going to just drop off this one to the side onto that, and this one too, out of the way, and we'll concentrate on the G first. And so we want our target to be 0.3, but before I do that, I'm just going to check the end, or the last fret action, because that's the second gross variable, as I call them. And we want this one to be around about the 1.5 mark. It's just a tiny bit higher on that side, and a tiny bit higher on that side, but it's not far off. So let us take care of that. Actually, I'm jumping ahead. I should start with the first one. First one is with the strings under load. I'm going to check the neck relief, and that is okay for now. A tiny bit more than none. Then I'm going to check the last fret action, and it's just over 1.5 here, and it's about 1.25 on that side. So it's pretty good all the way across at the moment. I think I might have adjusted it the other day when I played it at home. So we're close to the edge, close to where we want it to be. Let me get the adjustifier. Right. Again, we're going to bin this bridge, but that's fine. For now, we need it. Down you go. Okay. Last for action here, 1.5. That's okay. Okay. A bit out of tune. Let's get it into tune one more time. Very good. Okay, neck relief okay, last fret action okay. Now let's come back to, sorry, I definitely zoomed out for that, so you didn't have to look at that all as a bare spot. Now we're going to go back to where it was before, and having now lost the piece of paper, it's on the floor, I'm not bothering to bend over to get it. I'm going to borrow a little bit of Gorilla Tape for this purpose. It's a bit softer and thicker actually. Okay, some finish coming off the edge of there. I don't know what's happened to it, but okay, so now I can drop off the high E and the B. In fact, the B can come off the thingy, get out of the way. Right, now I'm going to concentrate on the G, And having got the two other variables, the neck relief and the that thing, bridge action, or I call it the last fret action, having got those set, now I can bring this down to where I want. And so I'm going to start with, on this I'm going to use the Chinese thingy file, jeweler file, first of all, which seems like an odd thing. Oh, I need my brush. Oh. Seems an odd thing to use because you know, the nut files are all custom made for this, but I like the way that this one cuts, and I can do the heavy lifting with this, and it doesn't tend to go off in one direction or another. So I can get it too close to where I want it. Then I can sort of finish the thing with the correct one of them things. And that rounds out the bottom of the slot just nicely. And then we can just make sure that it's close to where we want. And if it needs a bit more, I guess the reason I'm doing this is because, in fact, the Hosco files, it's a TV program in the 70s, the Hosco files don't cut as well as the Chinese doofer. So I can get a more dependable cut downwards with this file here, and then obviously I can round it out when it gets to the correct height. So it's very, very fine target height, and now I'm at the target height just about, and so what I'm literally going to do now is run up and down the slot a little bit to give it a smooth bottom. And now I'm going to go for the B. Go for the B, go for the B, and here we go, same process in a way. I'm looking at the gap under there. I'm going to start with this one. I'm going to take it down that little bit. Drop this in, remeasure it. Just a bit more to go, and so on. Well, another week we've had, eh? It's like everything, things. The world is a weird place. What with kind of new government and seeing how that pans out, and you know, interesting things like finding that the new government, you know, immediately cancelled the Rwanda thing, which I think you know, pretty much anyone with any brains could see it was completely unworkable, or not unworkable actually. It could have worked had somebody wanted it to work, and I'm not saying that's whether it's right or wrong. You know, it clearly it wasn't approached with the appetite for making it work, and that's maybe because you know, a bulk of people were generally uneasy about it. It was a pretty unpalatable thing for a lot of people, even those who wanted some control over you know, the way immigration into the UK is done. I don't think any of us kind of felt that this was a particularly intelligent or gifted way of doing it. It was very punitive, or it was just never likely to work. And part of the reason, I suppose, is because, you know, this, you know, if we admit that people want to come to a place and they want to come there because it's favourable to, you know, a better quality of life, however, you know, that's achieved, and whatever that means to the individual, then you can't really blame anyone for wanting that. And I think, you know, since if we're honest, we would want that for ourselves if we were in a similar situation. And of course, what remains is to then take a self-respecting approach as a country and put in place a system that is self-respecting for the nation, you know, which says, sort of sets out what it cares about and administers it fairly. And I think that's always been the problem with all of this, is that the country never seems to do that. It always seems to, I don't know, it seems to kind of remain somehow dishonest and come up with these sort of not very credible systems, you know, that don't quite face the reality of the thing, you know, and having people sort of making out that this African country was both a safe place, which clearly people don't feel it is, and I don't blame them, and to pretend that if that's, you know, if they're coming here, then that's just as good and it should do for them, because it clearly isn't. So there's, you know, it's clearly not being realistic about what it is that people are seeking when they come to the UK. So I just think we've got to get more realistic, or more face the truth about it, and you know, do it without this sort of disgrace and shame. And you know, okay, so people are coming because it's easier than struggling in a dust bowl country where there's no opportunities. Well, you know, start from the compassion and empathetic bit. Do you understand that? Would you be doing that if you were in that similar situation? Actually, you probably would. You know, and if we started from that, an honest start point and a bit of empathy, I think we'd come up with a lot better system, way of doing things that we wouldn't be ashamed of. You know, we'd be able to say, look, this is the best we can do. It's pretty good. It's not perfect, but you know, we really think we're doing all we can do, and we're going to be proud of that, and we're going to stick to it, and we're going to make it as respectful and compassionate as possible for the people who, you know, fit the bill, and you know, whatever that is. So I think we could do so much better, and I don't think previous government ever really wanted to face those things. Oh yes. So with the new government, who knows? I don't know. So we don't know what the next one's going to do. Lovely. So now we've done the hard bit where the nut's concerned, and got that down. It could do a little bit of filing afterwards just to take it down, but we can do that once we've done the fret leveling and stuff. So now, doink, we're at the point of doing fret leveling, and these frets on here are not too bad, they're not too worn, so I'm not too frightened about doing some leveling. And to make this the best it can be, we'll do some careful fret leveling, as always, the first bit of leveling will give us the sort of diagnostic, tell us what's going on. Yeah, so there's all kinds of changey things, and well, it's better than, I think it's better than continuing to do something that just wasn't going to work and didn't even seem vaguely credible. So, you know, like I say, I think everybody knew that the Rwanda thing wasn't going to work, because it just wasn't. Nobody believed that the government of the day had any appetite for enforcing it to begin with. Now, it doesn't mean I've got any more confidence in the current government's appetite for enforcing difficult decisions once you've made them. You know, fair but difficult sort of thing. Do I believe that the new one's going to be any better at that? Not entirely, but there is a bit of unknown, and certainly there wasn't much unknown in the other ones. It was quite clear they weren't doing anything about it. So we shall see. Of course, you know, it might turn out to be the wrong way, you know, and just promise no credible change. And you know, I get that some people will look at that, the left side of politics, and decide that that's always going to be the position that a left-leaning government theoretically will take. So you can sort of, you know, those people who think that will predict that you know, and they may be true, they may be right, not true. Just looking at these, by the way, everything is pretty good. There's a low spot there, not too bad, and there's a definite low spot on 12, 13, 14, which will possibly affect the bends across into the G. Now, I don't believe for a second I'm going to get to bend this dirty old 10-year-old string without it snapping, but I can get a sense of how it plays. So the only place where it sounds ropey is down there in the ditch, and that's exactly what we'd expect to find. That's what I love about this system, is it tells me, it confirms what my suspicions would be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back at this end of the neck a little bit and just concentrate. By that I mean slightly press down a little bit on this end with the view or the desire to get down into that, or equal out, or level out, even out that 14th, well, not the 14th fret, but the frets either side of the 14th. Not completely, but at least to a point where I've removed some of the discrepancy or disparity in the heights of the ones around it. So that gives us a playing note and a better chance of it not choking out. We're still only barely touching it when it comes to the B track, so it's not. But that's not too bad, considering that we're easily at the 1.25 mark, which is my absolute minimum. So I'm going to live with that, leave it where it is. I think that's pretty good. So we'll move on to the B track and we'll just get going. I think I need to change the sandpaper on this afterwards. I think I've had about 14 customers for my Golden Banana pack so far, which is fantastic. I mean, it's terrible in one sense because they'll all get really brilliant at doing it, and then nobody will come to me for it anymore. But I'm too old to be playing. What's the word? You know, I don't like to come from a position of scarcity. You know, like there's not enough work, and you know, so don't give away this information, because you know, I do remember when I started doing this, there were some well-meaning people that would say to me, "You sure you want to show, you know, on video what you do, because, you know, if you give away too much," and it wasn't as straightforward as that, but you know, they had a very well-meaning concern for me that I could run the risk of giving away what I knew, or you know, educating other people in such a way that it would have a negative impact on my business prospects. And but you know, I've never felt that way about sharing information. And you know, let's be absolutely honest, I'm not completely sharing it. You know, I charge for using that experience and skill that I've built up, and I charge for sharing it through ebooks. You know, and I exchange some people's time watching the video for that information, and you know, I get a bit of ad revenue. So I don't give it away exactly. I don't for a minute want to be seen as some sort of virtuous person, because I'm not. But you know, I guess the people who would be worried would still be worried, even if I was selling it, which I am to some extent. You know, they would still consider that might be risky, you know, because what happens if and when, you know, everybody else can do this thing like you. And actually, really, if that happens in the next 5 years and I'm still fit enough and alive enough to be affected by it, then I'll consider myself lucky that I'm still alive and well enough to be affected by it. And if yeah, I mean, and if it's 10 years, well, I'll have been lucky that I had another 10 years doing this with good health or whatever anyway. So I really don't think it's a serious worry for me. You know, and sure enough, you know, if in over the next year or two I get a bit less business because there are other people doing this way, well, that's absolutely brilliant. You know, I won't suffer. You know, and I'll still have something that they can't have, which is I'll still have X amount more experience of using it than they do. I'll always be a bit ahead, you know, in the number of years spent doing this and stuff. So, you know, just knowing the information isn't the end, be all and end all. It's, you know, it's having the applied, embodied skill of using it, which is kind of important as well. Anyway, so I've never really felt like giving away, selling, trading, sharing information was ever really a risky strategy. I would hate to live in the world where I felt that it was, and I had to. I do remember people who've been like that in my lifetime, you know, who've behaved as if, you know, as if you were to understand just even a whiff about how the truss rod worked, then it would cost them directly, and it would almost be, you could almost see that your knowledge of how it worked would take that many fish fingers out of their sandwich, if you see what I mean. And I never liked people who went about things like that, you know, and they were tricky often. You know, they would almost sometimes deliberately confuse things so that you would be left in the dark. I hated that. Got a tiny bit more on the first half of the neck on the D. Just a hint tells me we could do with a little tiny bit more here. Anyway, so yeah, so the Golden Banana pack is a ready set up U-channel truss rod, complete with all these little brass bits that I use and everything to get you going, including ready loaded with a strip of 400 grit and another 5 bits to go on your rod over time, to keep you going for probably a year or so, depending on how many you do. And not only that, but at the moment, at the price of 80 quid for the UK, or 80 quid plus 750 postage in the UK, you get all these bits to do the leveling, the paper, for total 6 pieces. You get all these little rubber spacers. You get a prepared U-channel truss rod, and at the moment, for that price, you get both my ebooks and invites to 2 live, up to 80-minute Zoom question and answer sessions on this technique, because I really want to be able to support people who've done it a bit and, you know, have done it enough to have derived some good questions, or barriers that they've come up against. Because quite often in the past, you know, I will have heard from some people who, you know, are convinced, you know, sold on the method, but maybe have got into a sort of a dead end or something because they've become afraid of, have I taken too much off, or it's not working, I'm overthinking this, or and so I wanted to make this this Zoom kind of Q&A, group Q&A thing, so that people in that situation could ask me and share with other people using the tool about things they've found or observed which could help them. So like a tutor-led self-help group maybe, or whatever. It's not meant to be quite like that, but anyway, you know, it's nice. It was a nice idea. So that's in the that's part of the Golden Banana Pack benefits, and at the moment also is both of my ebooks thrown in as well. Now I'm going to need to change that after the first two groups or two bunches of 10 pack members. I'm going to change the pricing a little bit so that the £80 gets you the leveling tool, the all the bits, and the Q&A invites, and the ebooks added will be £110 all in for the addition of the two ebooks, because I sort of did that thing where you kind of, because you're nervous and you kick off and you underestimate the value of something a little bit, and you chuck in and overstuff it with what you think is value, and actually it becomes a bit of a, that's one sort of place where you can make a mistake commercially, I suppose, by giving too much away. And I don't mean giving information, but too much stuffing the product. So a tiny little bit of what I call fret slap going on, and I'm going to do another calibration here just to make sure, and then I'm going to come back and tackle this very lightly to see if we can just alleviate a bit more of that. That's still a good calibration. And the lower, fatter, wounder strings always tend to have more fret slap because they are looser and they spin more, describe a greater arc, and so they're far more likely to run into the tops of the hills, if you like, as I call it, in the neck under load. So I'm just now trying to, as much as I can, impose the smooth banana curve onto the imperfect, slightly hilly topography of the neck itself under load, which, as it's wood, it behaves in a strange fashion. Now, from that kind of experience, I'm going to stop there. Ooh, yes, beautifully out of tune again. What I'm going to do, while I've still got the strings attached in a minute, there's a bird of prey out there, buzzard, going pew. I like. Okay, so while I have got upon here these strings, which are now up for destruction, they have an appetite for destruction, I'm going to attack them with a file, because I now want to just take this bit down here. I don't want the slots to be as deep. So I'm basically just going to run my way. Now, it doesn't matter if I cut into these strings a bit. The idea is just to take this down as much as I can, so I don't have the strings sitting in a deep slot. It doesn't, obviously the lower strings are fine, but this, these treble strings don't need to be in a great big deep slot, and so I can cut down until I reach them. Now, as it happens, I can just now get access to it this way. I'll try and just level it out with, as we run onto the D area, track, whatever. So I'm just tilting it backwards to give it that sort of more uniform look. Okay, so that's still got plenty of slot depth, so I can take a bit more away here. Okay, and again, sorry, there we go. This side is a little bit high still, so it can do a bit of a round off here. Okay, now it could be that I do a little bit of a kind of sanding when we get, you know, over into this middle, over on the D as well, just to sort of even it out so that they feel like they're part of the same curve. But that should be fine. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, if we zoom out, with all of that chitty chat about the world and golden banana kits and stuff like that, I can now undo these here. Oh, actually, before I take them right off, I'm going to sand over while it's still pressed in there, and then I'm going to add a bit of glue and use these old strings, if they survive long enough, to press the nut into place. So it's kind of where it wants to be. It looks okay to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a finer grit thing, and I'm going to run over the top like so. Try and just round everything off nicely, blend things in. So like that. Nice, 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 nice. Then we can get ourselves a bit of sandpaper. I don't quite know what I've got knocking around here. 1000 grit. That's a bit of a big jump, actually. What we've got here? Ooh, unknown. We've got 400. Take a bit of 400, like so. And actually, let's cut this a bit. Tell you what, let's use the stickiness inherent in the system. That sounds like a Monty Python line. We've got a bit of the old 400 grit Rhino stick here, and I've got a bit of the old brass whatchamacallit there, and I might as well use the solidity of the brass and the stickiness of the stick to make me a workable little what's it for the purposes at hand. So 400, so we've gone from 80 grit now, oh yeah, 80 grit to 400. Oh, the summer evening sounds of motorcycles. Oh, I miss it. How I miss it. That's looking and feeling nice. So that's 400 grit, and then we could take it upon ourselves to bring out 1000 grit and just wrap it around the end for good measure. I think that will be all I need for the, you know, shining this business up a little bit. There. So get rid of that, that, and that, and that. That can stay with that. That's done. That's done, and that's done. All right. A bit of a cloth to wipe away the thing. Oh yes, so the next bit is a little bit of glue just to keep that nut where we want it. So a bit of glue, a cocktail stick, a very odd item that we still use an American 1960s type of word for. What I'm going to do is I'm going to need the string sprodder again, which has gone somewhere. There it is. Ideally. Well, you know what? I suspect we could avoid altogether putting glue on this. There's no need to put glue on if it doesn't move. So with that in mind, I am not going to put glue on if it doesn't move. How about that for revolutionary? Right. There is that. Now there is this. So after having done that, I'm going to do this. Snippety snip. We're replacing with 10s, so it's like for like. I probably might have kept these for repositioning the bridge, but I've made that too late. Too late, Sam. I've got some spares kicking about, and thanks to Adam, I've got some really cheap Chinese sacrificials, a couple of packs, thank goodness, for when you most need them. So off come the old strings. Again, possibly first time in 10 years. And we'll need this thing to poke this one through. Thank you. Put that back there. Put these over in the bin of loveliness. Okay, pick up our spring string spreader. This does feel nice and firmly in place, so I ain't going to mess with that. Now, I'm going to mark up all of these here, these yonder whatnots again. Now, it might be a good idea at this point to switch into masking off the fingerboard. In fact, I'll do that just because the recrowning file sometimes touches down on either side, and if it's rosewood, it's actually quite minimal, but if it's this stuff, whatever it's called, maple thingy, gloss maple, it can make a bit more of a mark on it. So let us go through the process of masking this up. So I guess I'm going to be running this video until it conks, by the looks of things. So for this part of it, we've got the sort of precision bit, which is the setup part. The rest of it after this will be the hardware upgrade part, which will be, it will have some challenges insofar as it's never entirely straightforward swapping a bridge over. We may encounter some issues with positioning. We may need to fill the original holes and move them. We may find that there's not enough room in the route at the back, especially if it was designed for a much smaller tremolo block. Now sometimes I think the made in Mexico's, I think they can handle a larger block without having to cut a bigger hole, but many sort of affinities and lower grade Squires and other things, you know, Strat copies, they've been made specifically for the equipment they're fitted with, and so that can not only mean that the route down there is too small for that nice full weight block you've just invested in, but because of that, if you want to use it as a tremolo, you're going to have to route the space a bit bigger, and that takes a bit of planning and careful routing. The other thing, if we're going to change over the electrics and stuff, that's fairly straightforward, but we're going to need to shield the back of the control cavity area. There's no real point shielding the whole of the plate. It doesn't make any extra protection. In fact, the idea of a complete enclosed shield is it's a bit of an electronics guitar player delusion. The shield is a cage. If you think of the Faraday cage, which is the idea of a completely isolated container into which you place your circuits, which are liable, your equipment and circuits which are liable to pick up radio frequency interference. To make that effective, you have to have, it has to be pretty much not airtight, but a continuous seal of shielding material all the way through. And the truth is, the copper required to shield out all absolutely all radio frequency from getting through. Even if you did the space as a complete box with no gaps, you'd need about something like an inch of copper thickness to work. So this whole idea of shielding is not very credible, but people like it and they want to give the guitar as good a chance as possible. So I think that's fine to do. What I would recommend is that be realistic about it, and don't go overboard where there's absolutely no possible gain from doing it. So that means in the case of a guitar like this, there's no point shielding the bits of the underside of the scratch plate where it's just touching down on solid wood, because there's no equipment under there. So if we're going to try and shield anything, we want to at least do it around the areas where there are components and or wiring, long runs of wiring. But even when you think about that, let's say you decide you're shielding, let's say you don't shield around here because the cavities are on the plate. The point is, you could shield it. If you wanted to shield it, you'd have to put some copper foil over the top, because if you think about it from a shield point of view, a shielded cavity with a pickup reed coil of wire acting as an aerial sticking right up through that is completely negates the shield. It just means it undoes what you think the value of the shield has been to you. So we have to be a bit more realistic about this. So what I will do is I'll still shield the cavities and ground them, because that's giving it the best chance of providing some cover, not the kind of rules of the Faraday cage notwithstanding, and we'll ground off the things we have shielded as best we can. So for example, a cover on the back of a Les Paul, for example, can be made into a bit more of a Faraday cage, in that that space on its own is sealed. There are no gaping holes or bits of coils of wire sticking through the electric's cavity, picking up signals and amplifying them. So there's more of a likelihood of getting some good shielding in the electric's cavity. But as for the bit where your pickups stick through, you can see that it's not really a credible thing. So I think we're just doing a bit of lip service to it by shielding parts of the cavity. So, and you see that Fender and them, they only do it around this area here, and I think we should just take our lead from that, instead of wasting a ton of expensive copper on making the whole plate look like it's look beautiful, which it certainly does. I think we'd just be realistic and do it around the control area, because that, again, around the knobs here is much more shieldable than this area here. Will I still paint the cavities? Yes, why not? Since we're at it, we're doing everything on this guitar. Let's do the best we can to. If the jury's out a little bit on that, let's give it its best chance, shall we? So I'm just here covering up as much as I can to protect the finish. There we go. Right, so that's us ready to do some sanding and thingying, and this is a boring bit, which actually I think I will switch you off, have a drink, listen to a bit of something, and then come back. So you know what I'm going to do here. I'm going to do all the sanding and polishing, and then when that's done, we'll take the plate off, switch over the pickups and do all of that stuff, and then we'll also got the holes to drill at the headstock, enlarge and fit the new tuners. Okay, so we'll do it that way. I'll tidy up some of these bits here and get them out of the way. Alright, see you in a minute. Recharge. Oh, right, look, wow, things have happened. We have a shielded body. Ooh. Next, we have some exchange and mart to do. Changing over. Oh, we've got a whole Vanson scratch plate. Now, what I haven't checked is they fit exactly. Dum -dum -dum -dum, dum -dum -dum. That's pretty. No, never exactly right. Isn't that funny, hey? It's never exactly right. So if we pull that to there, that to there, so we end up having to basically fill and doof the doofers. See, look, they're nice sounding pickups, but they are only ceramic. So I've got to find some 3mm stuff. Hold on a second while I go for a look out here. Oh no! Oh God, no! Oh Lord, please tell me. This is. I should have raided the. That place where you get barbecue sticks. Right, here's some short bits. Ooh, might just get away with it. Blimey, I might just get away with it. Ukes a daisy. Right, so what do I need to do? I need to see. Right, these have already been sharpened a bit. That's not entirely what I want. They're also a bit on the big side. And they're big too. They've been ground out, overcut. Right, in order to put a fresh scratch plate on, we're going to have to fill these. There's no two ways about it. So, in order to do that, I'm going to need 11 pieces. And with my 11 pieces, I'm going to need to round them off a little bit. So I'm going to get rid of crap ends first. And I'm going to 3mm, whatever this is called, 3mm dowel must get. So we're going to need a whole set of them. We're going to need 11. So let's go 1, 2, 3 and 4. 7 and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 or something. Right, so really the next thing I probably need to do is either put them on the thing or probably just scrape them on here a bit. When I say the thing, what I mean is I could do them on the belt, but it's probably just as easy to kind of hand rub them a bit. And I'm just going to put enough of a point on them to get them to go in, and then I can give it a good tap. So we're going to need glue as well. And then we're going to need to snip everything off back to flush, and then we're going to need to blade everything. I've lost the ability to pull this up anymore. No strength. Thank you. Right. So this is fiddly stuff, and it is the kind of stuff that takes some time. So the idea is you have an 11-hole scratch plate that's supposed to fit an 11-hole made in Mexico guitar, and of course it doesn't. And the point about it is if you try and push it to fit in one area, you'll end up causing the scratch plate to buckle a little bit, and then it will sort of, maybe over time it will buckle worse. And so what I'm trying to do is let's just accept they don't fit, and let's go with a fresh start. And there's no harm in filling all of these old holes in with, you know, a little bit slightly, whatever word is, pointy thing, tapered dowel, and then we'll tap it in as far as we can go to provide a footing. And some of the holes will go in almost on top of the existing ones, but some will be off by a couple of millimeters at least, in which case we'll get a much better grip. If I hadn't got this 3mm dowel, then I'd be shrieking. And this was in the bottom of the spare wood department, which isn't the best thing in the world. Oops, that one's whatever. Shrapnelled, no sheared, no splintered. It began with S. I knew it. Right, so there should be plenty there. So this is just to get the scratch plate to fit, and this is before we even got anywhere near the bridge, and it's any changes to the bridge. So what we're going to do is get another toothpick for the ladling on of on-off bits, glue. So we're going to go into every one of these with some glue. They're quite deep and they've been widened at the top, so I don't know if that's part of the Mexico thing or a previous luthier thing. I've also replaced the plastic shim that was in the neck pocket with a brass one of 0.25mm, because I know that works well as a standard shim. So if there was one in there before and the action setting seemed to be about right, previous luthiers done that to get a decent playing action. So I've basically just replaced it with a metal one that's a bit flatter and lasts longer. So I'm going to get all of this bit done. We'll mark up and drill new holes for the scratch plate, and then we'll go and basically change over the electrics. I'm going to fit all new electrics now we got there. The new ones are bigger. Generally the switch is pretty much standard, so we're not going to be going for a fancy switch. It'll be just the same one that's in there, but we'll have new pots. So the idea now will be to tap this in as far as it will go without obviously splitting the wood in half. So you've just got to feel your way with this. And then we'll snip it all back. I got a great book at the charity shop yesterday in town. It was a treat for me and Claire. Yesterday we just went in, we had a nice ice cream in the fancy ice cream shop, and then we dropped in at the charity bookshop, where most of my books that I've ever read have ended up back there for someone else to enjoy. But so I went and got a couple more, and the two books I got, the first one was a book about John Peel, which I'd really like to know a little bit more about him. It's all about my kind of heyday, I suppose. And the other one was a book about the last 120 years of the Zionist Arab conflict, obviously focused around Israel and Israel and thereabouts. Oh look, I did need two more. I've forgotten the fact that there were very large holes already drilled over there. So on the whatever this thing's called, you know, the jack socket, what's it? Anyway, yeah. So those two books, one on John Peel and one about Israel and the Israel Zionism Arab conflict. And I just, you know, I like a lot of people, and I've talked about on here, I've heard lots of different opinions, and it's very difficult to know, you know, what's the truth. And of course we're in this really, really difficult post-truth era, in inverted commas. So, you know, everyone will insist that the side that they support is the truth, and that your side is clouded and whatever. And you know, that's. I think the start point is probably better to cautiously think that most of our start points are clouded. You know, and probably doesn't hurt to make an objective out of informing ourselves at least some more before we declare an opinion, really. So I was conscious that I just really didn't understand what was going on, and I wanted some better better kind of background to it, really. And of course, how do you, in this day and age, how do you get an unbiased, trustworthy account of something so contentious? And I think that's really what we've lost. Certainly, you know, when I was an academic, you know, my era was the end of the era when you know, it was just beginning to pass the time when you sort of had some faith in, you know, you knew that there was a notion of history being written by the winners, and you knew there was a notion of, you know, kind of Western hegemony and all of this stuff, you know, and that there were biases and colonial bias and so on and so forth. But you also felt that you had access, or you could fall back on an institutional view that had at least a set amount of kind of things behind it. You know, I guess you could say, you know, what made it into the encyclopedia, or, you know, what was generally held within academia of the time, or, you know, learned circles to be the case. And of course, we've seemed to have tossed that out with the bathwater a bit in recent years. It seems to have become very fashionable. It was very exciting, you know, in the late 80s, early 90s, to kind of declare the death of the sort of monolithic one view, single kind of truth, and all that stuff I've ranted about before. And but in, you know, with it has gone this sense of, oh well, you know, I could rely on this place for a balanced and fair view on, you know, the Zionist Arab conflict. So anyway, if ever, more than ever now, it felt like I wanted or needed some way of understanding it a bit better than I currently did. So I thought, right, we're going to read this book, and I'm going to read it out loud to Claire, so we have a bit of kind of learning hammock time. And I'd be afraid to even try and recount what I've read in the first few pages, and, you know, with any hope of being accurate. I think it's about 1,000 pages long, and I think I may not be qualified to even have a view on it before the end of that. It's such a complex subject and a deep, hefty tome. Anyway, so the point is, I suppose I'm just feeling a bit happier or I'm pleased to be reading something on the subject, because I don't like not having a sense of a balanced understanding. Not balanced, I don't mean equal. That balance doesn't necessarily mean equal. It's like, we're as bad as each other. I hate that sort of false equivalency or false balance, but I'd like a sense of that I could grasp the essential gist of what's going on, and rather than simply just re-spouting a whole load of propaganda that somebody wants me to spout. You know what I mean. Anyway, so look, here we have the new Scratchplate, and of course there's a gap. It doesn't quite fit here, etc., etc. So we've got to make it fit somewhere, and we've got to keep it away. Ideally, keep it a little bit away from the tremolo, but we don't. Excuse me, we don't know. We know the original tremolo is touching, and that wasn't good. So we want to kind of come forward from that, even if we have to adjust this a little bit. So we've got to get ourselves a comfortable bit of space there, and a little bit of space there. And I think that where it is right now is probably a good spot. So what I'm going to do, before I do any more marking and things, probably going to just check through where I'm at, and possibly just tack down a couple of spots where I think we could start from. So that, see that there looks a bit this way, but if we go that way, then we're going to have a load to cut back here for not that much of a difference. So it's far easier and less ugly to cut back this little edge of the pocket here. So that's the correction we're going to make, I tell you. So we've got a bit here. So some of it doubles up or couples up with what was there before, but a lot of it doesn't. So over here, for example, we're going to have new holes. And that is, unfortunately, the way it works. Yeah, and we just have a little bit of what looks a little bit off the mark there. But like I say, if we go this way, we can do it. Eventually do it. We can do it, but I'm concerned that it's much harder to cut this flat edge down here, incredibly. But let's see, we've always got these we can peel back and try again. So let's go and push this way. Let's pull away from there, as we said. We want to avoid that. We don't want to make too much work, but it doesn't like it there. That's about where that would be. Now it's lined up better, more centrally there. That's kind of better. Well, we can leave that. So we've got some edging to do there, some taking away at the back there, and that's all okay. But we're going to now get our marks, get set, go. So all of this takes time and careful focus. So we're going to go in here. There's my mark, and I obviously have to aim for the center of these holes next. And it's making, of course, I'm drawing on the thing, but it'll be hidden by the screw heads anyway, so I shouldn't worry too much. So what I tend to do at this point is I go back over with the pen once I've done this and taken this all off. Like so, and you can see the differences in some places. So this is, supposed to be a direct copy, but there's clearly a variation going on. But everything's within reach of touching. I mean, that one, it's not in a great position, but it's not the end of the world. That will be fine. We'll do that separately. And all of these are just forward a little bit, and that represents the fact that it needs to be forward of that tremolo, assuming, of course, that the next one will be a fairly close match. We don't know that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a mark in the middle of each of these as my start point, which I'm going to mark with my sharp scribey thing. And this is always done just by guesstimation. For this one we can drop in the thing, and in fact what we really want to do is make sure we've got enough space on both sides. There's nothing worse than having it jammed up one side, not the other. In fact, this one feels like it should be much more like about there. So quite a way off the mark if we're going to reuse that plate. But it's a better fit if it's not jamming the whole thing off to one side. So again, we're going to go there for the center point, and that one pretty much straight where it was. This one very close to the edge, unfortunately, but we can live with one being that close. Okay, so oh, there's another one here and here. So you can see some of them fall right on the boundary of the original one. So that's my start point. But the good thing is now I know that this will fit on here without any buckling, and it will fit straight away with clearance on the tremolo. Now, smart money would say, Sam, why don't you pull off the tremolo now so that you can check the fit of the new one, and in doing so you can see where it ends, and that's probably a good thing to do. So I'm going to pull off all the components. Now I probably will need to pull off these original things. So let's compare compare the that's very kind of it. It's given us a load of grub screws, extra grub screws there. Don't really need all that many, music lily, but I ain't complaining. Now I had got this down for today and tomorrow's work, so I may be over expecting to finish today, or we've done the difficult stuff. And what I'm just going to check is that the first thing I want to know is that the claw positioning is pretty much exactly the same. So to be honest, there's no true advantage in getting rid of the claw and fitting a new one. What is necessary is that we use all the new, except the long ones, we use the new tremolo, 6 tremolo screw thingies. So I'm going to keep the new stuff off to the side there. We're going to have this ready, and what we're going to do is leave that there. That's in a good position actually. What we're going to do is turn this over and take out the originals using a correct size thingy, which is about this size thing. So jumping about, so we've gone from the scratch plate and the electrics to the position of the tremolo, which is no problem. So out comes the 6 of these, and we're going to get them out of the way so that we can't accidentally end up using them again. The 6 screw tremolo is a very effective thing, but you have to use the right screws, and these are rusty, so they'll have lost some of their movement as well. So we want the right screws. They'll be exactly the right size for the unit you're using, so it's always right to use the ones that came with the unit, and they've got to go in the right position. So before I do that, let me just make a mark. I probably don't need to do this, but I'm sort of tempted to do it anyway, just because I'm slightly nervous. If I put this on the back here, and I mark my halfway line between the two is about there. I just want to make sure that they immediately come in close on the mark with each other. Now that's a mucky under bridge thing here. Again, it's not critical that it's the cleanest thing in the world, so we'll just get some of the grime off before we do anything else. So the first thing we're going to think of is the drop in of this new bridge, which would be so. And actually we're going to need to see under there, so a little protector has to go. So here's our bridge lined up to begin with. It looks like it's spot on in the right place, and I think we've probably got the full range of movement that we'll need. So let's assume that they've got it right, and we'll get it right. We've got the new screws now. We'll get those in, and we'll assume this is all going to line up nicely. One of the things is we can look at changing these saddles afterwards. I don't think there's an absolute need to. It keeps the vintage look. I don't think it makes a ton of difference whether there are these bent ones or they are the solid blocks, but the solid blocks have more mass to them, and in some ways you might think, well, I prefer that. So what I'm going to do, just here, this is a critical thing too, is when you're putting your tremolo in, it's very, very important that you get the seating of it right at this point. So you can see at the moment how these are all standing up, obviously. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go close down on the power drill to near the bottom with all of them, and I'm sort of stopping, as you can see, before I get to touch the screw down. Now what I probably could use to do at this point, probably makes a bit of sense, is to get a screwdriver there and just pull these a little bit out of the way, because they're unnecessarily don't want to be there. So the way they've placed them already, they're a bit too far forward. Let's just hope this will not be an unworkable tuning intonation. We don't want them clambering over the top of the tremolo screws at the front, so we do want to start them a little bit further back if we can help it. So you can see I'm having to push all of these manually back to get a start point. Something like that. Okay, they're all up on their back legs. So what I'm going to do with this, that's the most important bit at this point, is as you come down to here, you can feel that the tremolo moves at this point quite freely. Okay, and so I put your hand on the tremolo, and what you're going to do is tighten this up until the first time you feel it touch, and you'll feel it touch by the fact that this moves very slightly. Right. So as soon as it touches, back off, and do the same with all the other ones. Touch, back off. That's pretty much where I got to. Back off, touch, back off. Touch, back off. Back off. Start with touch, back off. Back off, touch, back off. So this is all in place now. That's not the freest I've ever seen anything move. Right, and so what we're working on is the original position of the screws. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of look back here. I'm going to try and just assess and make sure everything is working and moving. It's not hitting anything. Obviously, it hits there when we're back. That's fine. We expect it to, but it's free to move after that. So it feels a tiny bit tight, and I don't think it's necessarily that tight. It's got quite a big reach before it starts pulling down the plates, but we don't want it pulling it down at all. Okay, I'm going to start with that and see. Obviously, I don't want to be making huge adjustments, i.e., filling in the holes for the 6 screws and starting again, which sometimes is what you have to do if it doesn't work the way you want it to. But we have that as an option. I don't know what you can see now, but so I'm going to start with this is. The springs are going to be stretched really hard to get onto this because it's pulled all the way. So we only need one spring for now. Okay. So the nice thing about this tremolo is the push-in arm. As you can see, it goes in nice and smooth, really. Okay, now that has an interesting feel to it. Now obviously I'm using a very small, a single, very tightly sprung screw, but that feels like the positioning could be just slightly wrong. And it's also not helping the fact it's got a massive pull on that one screw, so we can slack that off quite a bit for the time being. Let's move forward. If we have to re-drill all the holes to a more thingier point, it could be, the problem with these 6 screws is they're very unforgiving. If the original one ends up, if it's even a millimetre spread over all the 6 screws, a millimetre different, it'll bind it, which is, I'm concerned, is what it just feels like it's doing. That something's it's not riding cleanly over the face of those 6 things. One of them is pushing sideways against the other or something like that. So we may have to fill them and re-drill them, which is again quite a bit more time. So let's assume that we would. Hey, let's try that. As far in as that will go. Looks like it. Okay, so me feeling like there's something here. It ain't perfect, and yet these all went in fine because the holes are big enough. So I may have to go and extract a whole load of little bits of 3mm dowel if I can't find any more. So what I'm also noticing is we've got a fixed distance, and we've had to pull the saddles back a bit in order to clear the screws, but that was going to have to be the case anyway. These are standing way up on their hind legs, which we don't really want, so let's take this down quite a bit so it's not so steep. If we need shorter ones, I think they do supply some shorter ones in the kit there, which we could dig around and find, but for now let's just ease this off a bit so it's not so tall. If it's very tall, it puts the whole saddle at an angle, and that makes it harder to screw in and out of the pull the saddle in and out because it's reaching upwards. So just a little bit of, yeah, that's a bit better balanced. Okay, so we've got the 6 thingies here, and they are pretty well dug out. They've been countersunk, and they I suspect, I have a feeling they look pretty accurate. It was metal. We were getting a metal clank, weren't we? So this is saying it should work from there. Let's just try 1 and 1 for a minute. So there's no quick way around this. You've got to figure this out. So obviously the screw has to go far enough in so that the inside of the circles can connect with the chrome edge of the top of the screw. Okay. So look, we've got free movement there. There's something happening with the ones further in that are fractionally off. Okay, and we could probably find it by adding them one by one. So let's do that. That's the kind of movement I want. No grind, nothing. So let's put them in one by one and see where it goes wrong. It's okay. It's a good game, isn't it? That looks slightly, that's a good game. We could get away with just that. If we don't need to, or don't want to drill any more holes. See, this isn't exactly round. That's what I'm worried about. Ooh, it's the last one. Back off. There we go. It's just stiffening up. And watch this one. This will be... Oh. So it's not as bad as before, but I'm going to take these 2 out, running out of power. Let's take these middle 2 out because we don't need them. The bridge is not going to come off. See, I think we've got enough there. Let's just use it with the 2. It saves me filling them all with material I haven't actually got in order just to put these other 2 in, and I don't think we need to do that. So I'm doing the same thing again, backing off. There we go. That's what I expect it to do. So you can see it's a very small difference, but I could tell from the beginning it wasn't right, and we've got to get it right so it works. Otherwise there's no point having a nice Strat 4-screw tremolo. Oh God, these things aren't lined up, so you have to twist as well as pull. Get in. Right. So this should feel somewhat better. There we are. Interesting. So why is the... Okay. Ha. Right, I can see what's wrong. Ooh. That's it. This is a full width body. and this isn't long enough. So what's happening is the spring is scraping against the wood. That's what's causing the problem. Well, look at that. Well, there is a simple way around it and a hard way around it. The simple way around it is we chisel away at this wood here and just get the clearance we need, because that's going over the edge. Yeah, we could chisel that way. Right, I think I'm going to have a rethink. So let's just double check something here. So the height of this is, I've got just pieces everywhere now. My plan of finishing this evening, possibly, perhaps, maybe, has vanished in a puff of smoke. Well, we've got quite a way, but I don't want to break my back trying if it needs more time. Okay, so we've gone from the plate to the top of the thingy here. We've got, hold it properly, we've got 39, and this little thing, can I get a reading off this? .36 with 3 millimeters short, which means we'd have to take about that off this thing from about here backwards, which would be a bit of a scraping game. Well, see, I never knew these were that short. Nobody ever told me that the M series were that short. Okay. I have, as it happens, I have a couple of spare blocks in here somewhere. Oh no, there's one, is it? Is it? Oh yes, it is. There's one. I don't know where that's come from, but I don't even know if this bears any resemblance. 42 millimeters. Wow, even taller. It probably has no. It's probably a. Yeah, it's a completely different thing. It's probably for a Floyd Rose or something. I have a couple more, or had a couple more, loitering around in my department of metalwork. I'll just have a look over here. Oh look, there they are. Spring removed. Spring removed. What are you on about? Okay, I wonder if these are longer. Oh, completely different. Yeah, of course it's a different arrangement because of the tremolo unit, which goes into the block. Anyway, it's just a little pleasant little fantasy thought. Ah, the little grub screw is come out of there. That's interesting. So I have to try and find that as well. There may be a spare one in this pack of bits. I'm hoping that's the case, wherever the pack of bits went to. Okay, I'm going to need to rethink, because we don't want this horrible thing. We don't want it. We want the proper tremolo, but for the first time we're working on a full fat body, which I hadn't noticed before. The Mexico's always the full width. I've put different bridges on before. What? Okay, so it's more that isn't touching there. We aren't going to get away with that. We don't want it to be 54 mils. That would be too wide because it's built for 52 mil. So I think our only way around this is going to be to make a carve at that point, and it's pretty thick there, isn't it? We've got we've got a bit of cut away there. If we cut too far, we don't know what the depth is. It's hard to know. We could cut through there and see what the thickness is, but it's thicker there. So what do we think? What do you think? What do I think? What do you think? I'm going to look at what the time says, Mr. Wolf. Time says 8:45. It's going to be quite a long sesh. Done the setup. We've got to decide this bridge solution. So we'd have to look for one with a longer block or deeper block. So let me take a measurement of this and go and see if there is such a thing in the world at 55. But see, I don't think that the Wilkinson does it, and I don't really rate any other type than the Wilkinson because of the bar, you know. So we got 36 or 37 versus what appears to be 39. So it's only 2 mils actually. Oh no, that's 40. That's 40. So 37 v 40. V 40. So that we are 3 mils different, and to get it to work satisfactorily, we would need to cut down a certain amount, and it would probably need to be chiseled more than anything else because of yeah, it's got to be a bit of a slope. Okay. Right, well look, let's not worry about that for a second. Let's just go back to the thing I was doing it for in the first place, was the fit of this. That fits lovely. We've got a bit of work to do, so let us not worry about the tremolo for now. Let's seat this over here safely out of the way, and I think I've lost my, there were some little bits that I seem to have, here they are. Is one of them the stop screw? Yes, there's a screw for the block. That's good. Okay, so what am I looking to do? I am looking to shape this and fit it. So I do need the body here. Excuse me. Get with it, Sam. So I'm going to spike this first with a spiky thing. So I'm just making, basically now I'm going to just be making a start point for each of these holes, which I'm going to drill. That's not quite on the mark. It slips off and wants to go through the softwood, not the hardened finish. So I'd probably be almost better off trying to drill just with the finest drill bit. That's just, it'll do, but it's just off to one side. It's actually really difficult to do without a start point, and if you, there's such a thick, heavy crust of paint, getting a starter point is really difficult, especially when it wants to slip off like that sideways. It's almost just fractionally too close to the original hole in every case. Except this one's well off, which is good. This one's right on the mark. This is right on the mark of the two. On the cusp. would be nice to do is to get let's get the electrics all on, and we'll worry about the bridge slightly separately. So that and that. Come on. Ah. See, that is trying to, I've got myself a really impossible situation. Wandering off because of the closeness, the proximity to the original. The spiky press mark really helps. So that's a start. I've got a driver and that's a start. Do 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 baby, you can drive my car. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, I'm gonna be a star. You are two. You are two. Let's get a 2 mil one. Put the 1.5 back, Sam. Thank you. Right. So at this point, it doesn't hurt to start with this in place. Then we get a fresh, no, neither of those. The one at the bottom. Thank you. Okay, fresh one. In place, one in place, right, so we'd be a fraction off there, everything else is good, good. So we'll do an opposite here. Not that one. Good. And then right. So what I'm going to do is get all of these aligned and then undo them all again and go back and put the pickups on and fit the new pots and wire up. Oh, well, that caught me out on the block. Different tallness of block. Well, I say I'm going to take it off. What we'll do before taking it off is we'll mark up this for trimming or trim it possibly in place. That's broken. Go away. One more for here. And also, while we're at it, let's just fit this in place so it's got its screw holes properly done. Ah, I probably didn't do that one, did I? Okay, good amount of space around the bridge anyway. That's not great. Another one, please. Right. Okay, so we'll get rid of that, change the jack as well. So what we got is the only thing that doesn't fit is this around here, and the only way I'm going to, it's not even easy to draw a line on it, that's the killer. So we could try and sort of do a sanding. We might be able to get a scrape a line here with a scalpel, but it's quite difficult to see how. I wouldn't say that was terribly accurate. I mean, in some ways, what you can do is, you know, you can sort of cut it away with a blade to the point you need it to be. But it's probably just as easy to get a little Dremel drum and go back close to the outline, close to the outline, close to the outline, like so. I'm going to have to hold this like so. Apologies. Covered in bits. I mean, that's taken a lot of it away. Oh, my poor little nose. Yeah, so you can basically keep on cutting away with a blade and then scrape until it's nice and flush where you need it to be. It's just a little bit time consuming. But time consuming, but actually quite an accurate way to do it. You can't see it, I'm ever so sorry, it's very boring, I know. In fact, it probably benefits from a new blade, a new scalpel blade more than anything else. Come on, off there. So it's just a bit crude a way of doing it. But at least you can get flush to where you need to be. Sorry about this boring sound effects. So we get there eventually, and covered in plastic. And basically, you can then take it off and square it up. But you've got to know basically you've got to know where you're aiming for, or your target, and that's why cutting it down like this can be handy, because you can at least get down to where you're aiming for and then make everything meet up. Come on, you can do it. I think I've got down to the lowest point in here, which is fine, and then once I take it off I can just round this off and that will all fit in beautifully. Bits. So then it will be a matter of transferring over the electrics, putting the new pots in, wiring them up with fresh wiring. The only slight challenge we might have here is that the pots are CTS and the knobs are almost certainly going to be metric on the basis of this Mexico. I thought it would have been imperial, but a strange sinking feeling that it will now end up being metric. But we can still make them fit. We just have to squash the pots a bit. Right, what I've got to do now is just make a straight line on here. I'm going to go over to my noisy thing a minute. Just bear with me, see if I can use this. Right, you can move out the way. You can move out the way. And you can you get in there? You might be able to. Sorry about the noise, it's not ideal. Well, slowly but surely. Let's get a small one of these. I've got some sort of bits in my hair now. Hair, that's a joke, but you know what I mean. My head area. Come on, somebody. Will these fit? Come on. This sort of shrunken or something. Totally annoying. What happened to these mandrels or whatever they're called? Don't seem to have any left. Except these things just fall off them. They used to fit. It's only the tiniest difference that makes it all go horribly wrong. So, sorry about this. Go, oh, why is he looking for things? He should have sorted this out ages ago. Right, I'm going to try and thicken this up with a little bit of this, which is a pain. Probably won't work, but got to try and get something going. Maybe a bit thinner. I need to thicken up this mandrel business a little bit. Try that. Oh, maybe. Well, that feels like it might even hold for a few seconds. Keep, throw away, keep. Just forgive me. Not that, not that, this, thank you, this, not that, not that, this, thank you. Everything is not going the way I want. It's alright. We've got tomorrow as well. Oops. Should have some sort of glue or something that holds that in place. Okay, so now I can tidy up this little bit here. Okay. Alright, so not perfect yet, but getting there. So now we can use a sanding block to attempt to get this surface here flat. It could be this one. Very nice. Quite hard to hold this stuff. That's one of the worst bits about it. But you can get a straight line if you're careful, like so. Scrape that back a little bit more. And then we want a bit of a straight line on here. And this becomes quite difficult because it's eyeballing it. And we'll put this down here. Sorry, bits sticking on my beardy bits. Right, that there, that there. So we're nearly flush with that, flush with that. This bit here could just come in slightly at the bottom, in slightly at the bottom, in slightly at the bottom, in slightly at the bottom. Right, that's close, and I think we just round this out. Very close, except for that bit there. Very difficult to get a rounded corner out of it. Damn this, the hair come back. I think we are at the limits, the outer limits. Okay. Yeah, getting this bit here flat or straight is really difficult. Almost no matter what you do, you can't quite seem to get it. good as it's going to be, I'm afraid. Handcraft. Yeah. Okay. Right, let's get these things tidied up, out the way. And then we're into the realms of, oh, I'll need that. That's what we're into the realms of. Oh, I'll need that. Right. So, bits and bobs over there. What I'm going to do, this is not ideal, but for this last little bit tonight, it will have to do. I'm just going to clean a workspace. So we know we've got this stuff, and we're going to take off various things. We've got, what's the capacitor on here already? Oh, 333, we'll reuse that. That's interesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to snip off all this wiring. So we're going to go 1, 2 and 3. Now let's go and find out which one was which on this. I always get it wrong, so I like to know. So the yellow is always the middle one, of course, and then we've got this one. So bridge is on the outside. Bridge, middle, and neck. So let's snip off. The output, and we've got 2 going out to the same one here, which is oh, we've got, whoa, ground. That's interesting. Oh no, it's not 2 out the same one, that's going to ground. Okay, yep. So that's 1 tone out, 2 tones out, and ground. So let's now get ourselves the switch. So the plate facing outwards, so like so. Wow, a bit on the rusty side, I'm afraid. Yeah, there's a bit of an old switch. But, okay, so there's those and those. Now we've got some nice new fresh everything else is, but we will steal away the 333 thingy. What I mean by that is capacitor. So these are nice sounding, nevertheless still ceramic, and there's nothing wrong with that. People have a view about ceramics that they're not as good as anything else, and actually they can be great pickups. Often are great pickups. So we can, if we don't want to end up with things dangling around, we can do this, you see. We can add them one by one. Could do with the clean as they poke through, but that's all right. Jolly good. And we'll take this one off. Middle pickup. Middle pickup with the yellow wire. Okay, you can tell it's late because I've run out of anything interesting to say. Okay, and finally, the bridge. Okay. Friday night is pizza night, so I should go back home and have a pizza. Okay, I just think I'll snip off the earth wires here because that's holding me up. Obviously. You go down there. Okay. Ooh, they got little connector things. How strange. I've not seen those before. That's weird. Wonder why that's for. I'll show you them if I can in a second. So I've just got these hooked up. Come on. Okay, let's just see if I can show you. Down here at the bottom of these pickups are strange little crimp things. Whoops, see that? And there's 1 and 2 there. Never seen that before. Wow, same on all of them. Oh, maybe I've never looked close enough, but interesting, eh? Things you see. Right, now as we're nearly sort of there, we've got some nice, what have we got? We've got CTS 2344, oh hang on, we've got, what's this? Linear, audio taper. So audio taper will be what I'm going to have for the volume. Up here. Like so. Oh, come on. Audio taper. Sorry, it's not supposed to clang down like that. That's not what I want either. Oh, it's got the bleeding tab on it. Sneeze now. Audio taper, 250k. Pardon me. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to edit that down. So, audio taper for the volume, 250k, done up. Snip off the little tabs on the other ones now because we don't want them either. Those of you who get all excited about exotic capacitors and stuff, the most respected and coherent people I've ever heard on the subject of these matters say there is absolutely no audio signature of, you know, an exotic bumblebee, oil and paper, or a, you know, a yellow, orange, whatever, or a Russian, blah blah blah. They do. The only thing that varies is the accuracy of their capacitance, the tolerance, if you like. But generally speaking, they do or don't bleed certain frequencies to ground, and that's all they do. And there's no flavour, I'm afraid. And I know, you know, people say, well, then why do you sometimes use you know, such things for customers? And it's because, you know, customers kind of expect to see or they like to see things and it feels like to them they've spent extra money on themselves and so on. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, they look great in some cases, but they don't have any. The experts in the know insist that they really don't have any real function or performance differences other than the kind of tolerance rating sort of thing, which is quite hard to take for some people who really want to think they're, you know, exotic and wondrous things that are worth spending tons of money on. But you can pay, you know, 20 quid for a exotic sounding cap, and the same thing is basically you know, doing the same job as a tenth of a penny one, which is pretty hard to persuade somebody who likes their exotica. Basically, they don't want to know that it isn't true. I get it. I'm not knocking them. We all like our exotica, don't we? And often when we do like our exotica, we really don't appreciate the people who demystify things and simplify them and drag them back to the mundanity of Earth. We want to believe what we want to believe. So you can see I'm cutting these short because they've only got to go as far as the top of the pot, and these little devils have only got to go across to here, if I can just remember which is which. That's the neck, which is the third one along, so we're going to go across there, up there. That doesn't have to be any longer than that one. This one, same. And same with the yellow. So there's all this excess wire kicking around here that just isn't going to be in anyone's interest, so get rid of all of that. Straighten up these thingies because they don't need to be so close in pressing against each other. I think I'm probably going to call it a night in the department of this, because really we've just got to wire this up tomorrow. I will get this capacitor off here for a minute. Yeah, we're going to change all these over, or wire up all these components. We'll figure out the carve on the back so we can get the thing moving, the tremolo moving freely. And really, it's not going to be that much more to do once we put it back together. The precision work is done, and that's the setup part with the fret leveling and the nut, I'm happy to say. So let us remove. I have a slightly different wiring thing here. They go across, oh I see, all the way to there. It's quite cute. Ow, idiot. Come away. Come away. Slightly difficult to feed through here actually. Could try. What are these? I can't see the numbers on these. They are 500, yeah. Oh, interesting, they're 500, so that's slightly different dealio. Well, let's see. So we're going 250s. So what did they have here? They had this one coming across. I'll do what they did. They had all the way across from one to the other. Around to there. And they hooked the two up with a little thingy insulator, so through the middle to the far right. Oh, I can't do this. In there, get on there. So it must be terrible video watching this naff bit of floundering about. So this has to go onto there. We'll bend that down there, get that up there into there if we can. Drag that through to there. We've got a squashed up little bit of insulation there. Well, so that was there, wasn't it? Did it go from there to that? No, it went, where did it go? It went across from 1, silly belly, 1 to 3, 2 was out, 2 was the input. Wow, so I don't know this. This is all foreign system to me. The nice thing is that there's different ways to do the same job, so there isn't a right or wrongish way. So there's my start point. So the input now becomes the middle one, whereas I would normally use the first one for the input on the tone. And there it is. Come along. Have I got enough heat going in here? Possibly not. Doesn't feel like it quite. Right. Whoops. Sorted and sorted. Okay, so that is my capacitor. And that was so the middle on each of these was the in. So that can come off there. Third one, not doing anything. First one, not doing anything. Okay, so then, oh look, am I just sticking with this now? I guess I am, aren't I? Look, I'm just doing it. It's too something not to do. So there's my, okay, I can look at that as a reference. I now have lost my carving knife. No. Okay. Right now, I don't know where it's gone. It's there. Right. Okay, so let's get things in order. Middle. Middle. Let us pull off the existing one and maybe suck out the solder. Grabbing thing. Middle one. Pull out. Solder clear. Okay. Pull over there. Thank you. Middle. Fine. Good. And then we're going up to the top. So neck is the third one down. Near the middle. I never quite remember those. Get off me, creature. Neck. Up you come. Oops. Up you come and lean there. Thank you. Okay, next one, and we're dealing with the bridge. Nice, nice, nice. Bridge this one. Whoops, come on. Up you come. Come on. Lost my dexterity with my fingers here. They've ceased to be. Right, on you go. Get out of my hair, you horrible fly. Right, those three. That's the business end of the pickups attached to there. All good. Now we've got three of these to hook together, load up with some solder and stick them to the pot top. 1, 2, 3. Wind them together. Hold them out the way of the plastic. Solder them together. Load them up nicely. We're going to make a blob on the top of the pot here. One there and one there. Good. Oops. Snip that off. Spin this round. Stick that down there like so. Press it down. Hold it down. I wish I had some grip with this thing. It's hopeless. Right, there we go. So that's the earths of that. And we need one that goes through. We haven't got it here. Let's have a bit of this. No, it's not the right type, is it? Maybe. Can we borrow this? Probably. Okay. Let's pull it out and use the plain wire for a minute. So we've got one that's going to go up and ground this lug to the top of the pot. In fact, that's earth, so we can run across with all of these. I just, why didn't I do that before? I don't know really. Are we going to go over the top or are we going to go off the sides? Let's go off the sides. Let's borrow. Oh, fly! Stop it, you're really upsetting me. We'll go on the edges here if we can. Like so, and like so. So this is a ground connector. So we're going to go. Sorry, up through here. To there, like so. I'm going to go. So it's grounding the third lug, or the first lug, whichever we call it, to itself. So pot top, like so. That. Not that, but that. Thank you. And there's no reason why, since that's grounded, this shouldn't then run down here, like so. Actually, we need a bit more of this, I think. Yeah. And damn you. Something like that. Didn't reach it. Fool. Now something like that. Okay, that's grounded all those pots together, although they should be anyway on the floor of on the metal of or the foil here, although it's not entirely convincing. So on this one now we've got output here, the red one, which is coming out of both of these things. So we need a bit of red wire. Oh, let's have a bit of red wire. We need a bit of red and a red, black, green, and yellow. Red, black, green, and yellow. Look at that. All my bits there from my new supplier. This isn't very, it's not very silicone-y like the normal stuff, but actually I'm quite pleased to be back onto this slightly stiffer wire and a bit away from the bendy stuff, because bendy stuff is all very well, but it gets caught up going through tunnels, and by that I mean it feels nice, but as you're trying to run it through tunnels in the guitar body, the really sticky silicone all sticks together and really makes it difficult to pull wire through sometimes. So this harder nylon, or sorry, UPVC coated stuff actually feels a bit easier in some ways to work with. So we're going to cross this little junction here, so this goes out on both sides. Oh, come on, man. Like so. And that goes to switch out. We're going, well, in this case it would be the first one. That first one, yeah, and they're out, yeah, first one in. So I'm looking at it upside down, so it's doing my head in a bit. Upside down, out of there, into there. So we're going to make sure that this will never electrocute you again, Mike. Shall not be permitted to. Now we need a white and a black out for, in fact I'm going to have to use red and a white. No, what am I going to use? Brown and a red. Too similar, but that'll do for now. Brown and a red for my output to the jack. These are a slightly different feel, so we'll sort those out. Brown is going to play the role of earth in this particular performance, this matinee performance. Right, you out the way, give me this. Give me that. So brown's going to go onto the top, so it wants a bit of an extra blob to help it. Please, thank you. Red just needs tinning because it's coming out. We'll leave the other ends as they are because we don't know how long we need yet. So there's the output from our volume. Oh, come on, damn you. Output from the volume. Nice, nice, nice. Good twing. and then earthy earth to go out to the jack. Thank you. Out to the jack. Right. We have got all we will need. I think we'll need a wire. I guess we have to have a black one. Oh, they've all disappeared. Not very clever. A black one, which we're going to run up to the claw from the pot. Let's do the other ones first. So we're going to do black as an earth. We're going to earth the switch, which doesn't. I've never actually understood that it needs doing, but it certainly doesn't need doing to make it work. So it's not that kind of thing, circuit. So it works without being grounded, but this circuit was grounded, so I'm going to reproduce it faithfully-ish. So let's go to the center of the volume pot again. So a bit of extra loading on both ends actually. And that one's maybe it's going to go through a lug, but I'm not sure it will. Right. Off you come. It could actually could be a lug, so it could just sit on there. It could go through if we could be bothered to clean it all up, but actually why not just have it sit on there and form part of the other one. And we'll take this up here and join to here. Come along. It's very, very difficult to get enough heat into this thing. Thank you. Right. So that's that one. Now we're going to do the blue and the yellow. Sorry, green and the yellow, finally. The green is this one, and the green goes down to the middle of the tone pot down there. Green to the middle of the tone pot, number 2. So we've got one more wire that's got to go into the shield. Got to connect the shielding. So that's the wire that's got to come off the ground, common ground, to the shielding. That to there, that to there. Dun, 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 dun. Up through there, can we? Oh my goodness me, why are you being so difficult? Thank you. Oh, came in, came out. Don't jump on me, you horrible, slimy, whatever you are, creatures. I don't like it. Right. This clear of that one, please. Right. That one, that goes over here, down to there. It's going to come up underneath there. Up under there maybe. That'll do. How you're doing hours wise, but it's probably the most boring video ever done by human beings. I think after this I'm just going to close up and stop for the night, come back and sort the bridge decision out tomorrow or tonight, and then we'll be ready to go. So out we come with the neck tone. Oh, damn you. Keep this out of the way if we can of that one. There's a loose filament, tiniest of bits hanging off there. Okay. Tone number 1. Tone number 1. Like so. Come in from this side. Reality check. Everything connected. Let's have a look. Pickups all grounded. Individual ones into the switch. Output back out to the volume pot. Out of the volume pot comes the hot output and the ground to the jack. 3 pots connected up, double connected because they already are. What else? Capacitor across there as of the original one, copying the original direction, which I've not seen before, but it's okay. Can live with that. Oh, we've got one more wire to put on, which will be a ground, which has got to go to the thing. The ground to the claw. Sorry, shield. Ground to the shield, so it doesn't need to be very long at all. And that will be it. That will be your lot. Could hook it up and test it, but I don't think I need to right now. It's a pretty simple circuit. Famous last words, eh? Right. I'll put a blob on the end there, and a bit of blob on the end there as well. Right. Off. Back to here. We are going for ground. Okay, that's everything. You're all going off, I tell you. Thanks for watching. I know it's been boring. 2, 3, 4 hours already, but yeah, we're nearly there. Just got to figure out that business with the claws, but I'll leave everything here for the now. Yeah, the difficulty might be when it comes to fitting these pots, these knobs on there, and to get them on we have to basically squeeze together the what do you call them, these things. I don't like doing it much because it's a little bit too squeezed together. Yeah, they're quite tall off the ground, these, but it's not too bad. So that's obviously not the right one. So I've just squeezed them down to the thickness of the plastic here. So just pulled them in together a little bit. So not so much that they kind of lock together, which we don't want, but not so little that we can't get the tone pot on, for example, like so. And then down like so. Volume like so. There we are. Okay, job done for now. See you tomorrow. Oh, well, welcome back. Here we have some decisions made, things done. So, tuners fitted off camera just because I was doing something else. I got them fitted. Tusk string tree fitted. We've done the shielding. We've got the, I can't remember where that one's due to go, onto the Scratchplate, which is over there. We've got all that ready to go, and I put the bridge on, and what I did was I took a tiny bit of material, made a little bit of a slope here just with chiseling, so it now moves beautifully freely, doesn't grind and get in the way, so it's perfectly good. So I think the best thing to do now would be to affix the, let's get the heat up the solder iron. Let us, this should go through to the, let's put one of these through, wherever it goes. Where's the through hole? Oh, come on, it's there. Why isn't it so hard to see? Hang on a minute, I've got to find me the hole to push the thing through. Right, through there. That one can go through there to the tremolo claw, which we can stick straight on in a minute, and then we'll get that on there, and then we'll connect up the plate, test it, and then we'll go to the state of putting the strings on, which should be all straightforward. Beautiful evening finally. It's just been incredible during the day. Took a bit of hammock time earlier on, and of course my hammock time was spent under a thunderous black sky. Absolutely. Let's see this. I've used this existing thing, not the best thing to try and get heat into here actually. Still, I will do my best. Yeah, so just like a completely thunderous day out there in the garden, and just of course as I was getting ready to come in and do my work shift, it brightens up, but that's because tomorrow and the next few days we're supposed to be having 26 degrees heat. It's supposed to be absolutely boiling. Okay, so we have our things here. Oh, I suppose we better take this off. Okay, I put that on just to test the new position, didn't I? So we're going to need to take it off. That's not going to work. I need to take it off to connect up. I just want to double check whether I put a new jack socket in or not. I have a feeling I did or didn't. No, that's an old one. Looks decent quality, but I'm going to take it off anyway, since we're all in the game of making everything fresh and new. Come along. Oh my god. Clumsy. Yeah, so, speaking of clumsy, oh my goodness. So yesterday, after filming this video, I went home. It was a bit late, so compared to normal, so 10 o'clock-ish. And I thought to myself, okay, I need something to eat. And so I got sort of things organised to have a pizza, put it in the oven, and so I'm gonna put this over here with the dud ones. Yeah, so I got myself all organised, and I needed to. My stepson Thomas had evidently been down a bit earlier and made himself a pizza, and as a consequence there was the usual stuff in the sink. So with my usual grumpiness, I thought, well, I need the pizza cutter. So sorry, I'm off camera just doing this little thing, putting a bit of thread lock on the jack plug socket here. Yeah, so anyway, I thought, right, I'll wash up, and and I'm sort of cursing because I feel I was a bit on the resentful side of having to always do he's a terrible teenager, well, he's not a teenager, but he's carried on terrible teenage behaviours of never cleaning up. Anyway, so I was grunting away, and so I remember turning on moving things around in the sink, lining everything up, and starting some hot water going in, putting in the plug, and filling the whole thing up. And by this time, as I usually do, I'd come in and I put my headphones on, and they're nice noise cancelling sound core ones, I think they're called. Yeah, so, and I normally would, if I'm making some food or something, I would probably just listen to something to keep me entertained while I'm doing that. And so in this case, I just forgot to put on anything, but I had the headphones on. So they were just basically being noise cancelling headphones. And so I sat down and put the timer on for 15 minutes of the pizza, and I got into doing some sort of accounting with my accounts package, to just book my ins and outs for the day, and in terms of stuff bought for the business and so on. And anyway, so while I was doing that, I just sort of forgot really where I was, and I wasn't even listening to anything. I was basically just typing away, and then I got into answering an email, and I got sort of tied up into that as well. And anyway, I was kind of, I don't know about you, but sometimes I get quite absorbed into the thing I was writing, and I'm thinking about how to say the thing I want to say and so on. And anyway, I remember having this sort of vague feeling that I could hear something through my headphones, and I don't know whether it sounded like, was it washing machine or maybe something was cooking, and something like when an oven's sizzling a lot. Anyway, so I didn't do anything. I just carried on. And as I carried on, 15 minutes went by, and I even think that I thought I was experiencing something, maybe like something wet or cold under my feet, or wet or something, I don't know. Anyway, and then I sort of snapped out of my reverie of focusing on the writing, and I thought, oh right, oh yeah, pizza, got to go and sort the pizza out, get the pizza. And I sort of pulled off my headphones in one move, and suddenly there was this horrible squelching noise, and I took the headphones off and I could hear this rush of water. And of course what had happened was I'd filled the sink, it had overflowed, and with my headphones on I'd heard nothing of it, and it had carried on overflowing for 15 minutes, and it completely filled the bathroom. It completely filled the kitchen, and flooded the kitchen underneath all of all of the laminate flooring, and gone into the dining room sort of space, flooded all of that, and I was actually sitting with my feet in about a centimetre of standing water before I did anything about it. Can you absolutely believe that? So I kind of panicked with a scream, turned the tap off, sort of jumped up and down thinking, what in the hell do I do? Totally blind panic. And so what I did was I yanked open the washing machine, took out everything I could find that was in there, shoved it all onto the floor, and then ran hell for leather upstairs to the bathroom, the airing cupboard, pulled out every single towel we possess, and everything from the airing cupboard that I could find that was towel-like, and then rushed back downstairs and threw them around, and yelling at Claire in the process that I was such a complete idiot and I totally flooded everything. And at the same time, of course, my pizza was still in there, getting just a bit past cooked, into the verging on the burnt end of things. Anyhow, so I got it as much as I could dried off. To be honest, it's ruined all of the laminate flooring in both areas. I mean, it's only a small area when it's all said and done. So it wouldn't cost the end of the world to redo, but it's just the effort and it's the cost and it's the effort as well to go through all of that. So I'm kind of starting to think, well, can we claim for it on the insurance or something, anything, things that I don't have to do it. Can we get a man in to do it? But so yeah, the moral of that story is, noise cancelling headphones are bleeding deadly. I mean, really, I have to admit, it's not the first time I've done that, the exact same thing, but in previous times I've caught it much earlier, and so it's not been so catastrophic, but this time it was just flooded everywhere, and it was kind of going under the carpet, then into the living room area, which I don't think it got too far. The only plus thing I feel about this whole thing, I've done a slightly square cut here, but I had no choice really. I was following the shape of the cutout. I didn't think about that because it's got an unusual. Just cut out the right word. You know what I mean. The end of the pocket. It's got this kind of little wibbly bit, and it's got a Strat style finish there to the neck, but it goes into a square fit. Anyway, I know what I mean. But I'm just going to test the wiring and everything so we know where we want to be. This is quite a high gain thing, so expect it to be a bit noisy. why do I've reused a switch instead of just getting a new one. I'm so stupid. I could kick myself. Samuel, why do you do this? You've got a new switch in the cupboard. Just use the damn thing. This is annoying. This is just what you don't want, right? When you think you're finished. Here we go. So just at the point, so there's something wrong with the switch. It's actually faulty, which is probably what it was before. I can't exactly remember, and I didn't note it down when I was playing it. So here we have our thing upside down. The problem is now this is tied very tightly. Oh, that's not too bad. Right, so we have to basically unhook all of this. And we're going to go right, that's going to be bridge. Middle, bridge, middle, neck, bridge, middle, neck, output, green is second, tone. Yellow is the first, and this is the ground. Really could have done without this little diversion, but same switch. Oh no, this is a three-way. Oh bloody Nora! Wait a minute now. I'm going to go and find a five-way. That's a three-way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's funny, isn't it? You think when you want a five-way, you suddenly can't find one. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that's slightly. I've suddenly got more three-ways than I blasted well need. So here are five ways. So I just need to clean these out. Slightly different arrangement. They don't go through. They don't have lugs, I should say. It's more accurate. So let's take these things off. Can you sense that I really wanted this little detour? Can I get this to go soften up, please? No, I can't. Damn it. Come on out. There's a problem with these ones without the lugs. You can't really get in there to soften up the solder. It doesn't want to do it. Come on. To do. Yes, anyway, so after my disaster, we've now got all the boards of the laminate are all basically curled up. So yeah, we'll have to look at whether the insurance will cover it, but I think there's like a 250 quid insurance excess, which I wouldn't mind. I would much rather that we got someone else to do it. So if we could get someone to do it, rather than me have to try and do it. I haven't got time to do it. Come on. Right. Right. So we have to get rid of this first. This one first. Get a lot of access to it. Yes. So that was a pretty good disaster for the day, I think. Come on, get in there. Is that going in there? No. Well, guess what? It doesn't bloody fit. It's a completely different hole size. Just what we need. Let's try and find something that will fit now. Sheesh. Let's try this one. Problem with these rotary switches is that they potentially are too tall, and I don't want to run into that problem. Gott in Himmel. So all of this kerfaffing about now. I don't even know if these will fit, so Frederick the Great. I actually don't think even these will fit. So where these these switches come from, God knows. Nope, they don't fit. No. Somebody find me some switches to love. Well, there's none there. Okay, I'm going to have to take one out of here. If I can get them out. Also needs what we're going for. Black, white. I'll find a cream one from somewhere else. Right, let's just, sorry, off camera. I'm just a bit frazzled here. Okay, that fits. Yeah. So all of these spares back in there. That one there, that fits. That fits. That goes in there. Two new ones with one set of screws to attach it. So that, even though the old one looks the same switch, it won't fit these thingies. So let's try and get these back in place. Oh! See, this is what I hate, is when you get to this stage and you've got kind of everything in place, everything you have to do to put things right suddenly becomes, you know, a struggle, because you've got no give, stretch, leeway. Right. Come on, just get tightened up. Thank you. Right. Okay. This one here. This one here. This one here. I don't really have a very good access to that place. I shall try my best. Try my best, be a real individual. And when they go down to Smokies and rock They line up like it's some kind of ritual. See, what you want at this point to get this done is you really want this to stay back out of the way. So you need it sort of half in, half out, like so. But you can never get it where you need it. That's terrible. What lousy soldering. How the hell are you supposed to get that to work? Don't move, stop moving, sorry. I've got the worst possible movement. Come on, heat up. It's not ideal. Come on, see, that doesn't want to go in. I think it's really difficult to get this to go through and stay where you want it, and then manage to somehow heat the thing up. And so I can't do it from the back. I don't think there's any. No, there's no metal at the back, so there's no access. Come on, go through, heat up, do your thing. Perhaps, maybe, perhaps. Oops, I missed the middle one out. Fine, let's do the middle one then, now. I can never remember which now is the correct one for the tones. Okay, so now we can go here for the ground. That's too clumpy, lumpy and clumpy. Anyway, I'd look on the bright side of the noise cancelling headphone disaster, in the sense that tomorrow through to Wednesday are probably all going to be beautifully hot days, and as a result probably be in the best conditions to hopefully dry out the carpet as much as is needed. Now, what I don't know now is which one is working for which. So they're opposites of each other, aren't they? So that's bridge. That's bridge. No, we've got neck, middle, and bridge not used. So bridge is not used. So it's okay. So this one is neck. So the first one is there. I'm guessing this, but I'm using a sort of unassailable logic. I think that's enough. It's hard to tell. You can't really do anything here to heat it up and cause it to go through, so it's going to have to be it. It works or it doesn't. Now it probably makes really good sense to test this whole arrangement before I do anything else, before I hook everything back up. Get out of my way. That one and now we don't have to double it up, we've just got this one to go in here. Simple output like so. So before we tie it all down, let's just do the quick test. You'd think, hey, how does that work? Groovy, baby. Well, that ain't working at all. What in God alone's name is going on here? Jack out to there, that's the earth getting in there. Earth getting in there. That's that one. Output from the switch is supposed to be this one. Input to there. Really? I mean, really? Do you know something? This is doing my head in, this kind of switch. That is impossible. Either the switch is broken as well, another one. It's just not doing anything logical. That should be in. That's the This is just diabolical. I have no idea what's going on here or why. That doesn't make any sense at all. Volume isn't even working. It's grounded. Guess what? I would like to go home at some point before it's all too late. I've got a 5-way switch. The question is this tall enough? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, Lord of mercy. That's a total disaster. I have no idea what's happening with that switch. So it's come from the spares department, so it's getting chucked out as well. Really can do without this sort of stuff if it would be new, but it's not because I've only got the 3-way. So I've got loads of these lever switches which are unused. They're kind of spares, but they're unused. So I think I'm going to unhook this for a minute because it's driving me slightly mad. Okay, give myself a bit of room to manoeuvre. That goes to there, that goes to there. Okay, you sit there. Okay, I don't like these. I'm going to snip all these off short because I don't like the way they've melted. Right, another one for the bin. Okay, so now I'm going to going to get myself a diagram. It's probably going to make a horrible noise now. What I want is, I want a Strat wiring diagram. Come on. Wiring 5-way switch, and I want this kind of switch, which is going to be, see what all parts says. That way. Come on. Oh boy. One, two, three. Okay, that should work. So if we've got here, it's the outside of that. It's a different kind of switch, but okay. I'm going to draw another thing. So we're going to go. I'm going to go 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thanks for shutting down. Sorry about the interference. So we've got bridge in here, bridge, middle, neck, and the fourth one goes across to there. That's lovely. To there. Then we miss one, and then this one goes to, that one goes to second tone, and this one goes to, come here, first tone. Okay, and I think I may end up wiring it in a more familiar way, because I don't know why this arrangement is not working. Okay, sorry about that. A total more waste of time. I think those lugless switches are not ideal, so I think we're better off using one of these. Oh man! Please go in and do your thing. I'll do the wiring up first, and then if this funny arrangement here isn't working, then I'll cancel and we'll redo. So we're going to go, bridge is the first one on the left, top left, like so. Much easier to get solder on, that's for sure. So, right, bridge. Lovely. Bridge. It's a beautiful evening out there now. Middle. It's a shame to be working on such a beautiful evening, but then, you see, normally I get to enjoy the day at leisure at and then I come and work in the evening, so it's not, I can't really complain. I shouldn't complain, because you really only get one or the other, and I'm lucky enough to be able to choose which. Although after a day of rain it would have been nice to have, I think it would have been nice to have a colourful evening with dappled sunlight. Just any sunlight, frankly. Okay, so the my caution about using these switches is because on many of the import style Far East Strats, these switches are too tall and they ground out on the cavity floor, which if you shielded it is not a good look. Right, we need a little bit of wire to jump across from one place to the next. Let's just use this one, that'll do. The jumper wire, which will go from here so I'll try this out, and if it's still messed up then that it'll be something to do with this weird arrangement down here, which I could have done without. So we're going across and across. It's a diagonal jumper. Fine. Now we have oh, the output, we missed it. Oh, hold on, it's the top one of those two, isn't it? Isn't it? Come on, the output, yes, it's the top of the crossover. I thought as much. Oops, I should have joined them in together, but still. No, that's a waste of time. I'm not going to get that through there from this angle anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to attach it with a blob of solder goodness instead, because we want it fixed on there, but we don't want to be poking away forever. Now we're going to go, this one's going to be the first one, so yellow at the bottom, and red second. Oh, is it red? No, whatever colour. Green second. So this wiring here is supposed to be using up. We actually haven't got an earth point for this, have we? It really needs one. There isn't one built into these switches, so I'm not even going to earth it. There's no point. So yellow for the first one. Yeah, if this is a kind of saving on capacitors type of wiring arrangement, but I don't fully understand how or why it works, or why it seems to not work based on what just happened. So green, come up from the underside. Green should be the second. Don't do that. Okay, there are those are there. Theoretically, we've got this to go to the ground, which is a bit tight, so it sort of doesn't help things at the moment, but it's also not impossible. Okay, so this should be sorted. Do not do that thing of standing up and not fitting in. Oh God, that's it, because there's a wire sticking in the way. Go round there, out of the way. Holy camels. Now put fingerprints on there. Right. Okay. Perfect. So God knows what was wrong with that switch. Right, Jadies and Lentilmans. I'm now going to reattach these screws. Now, let me just see. I've got a thing, well, these are quite tall. But if I were to do anything, no, they've already been pushed on. I'm not gonna mess with it because they're CTS pots and they've already been squeezed to fit, so I don't want to mess with it. Okay. So I'll give this a clean down to get rid of my fingerprints, and we should be all right. Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're only a stringing up and a bit of intonation away from possibly finishing. One, two, three more of these. Right. Lovely. Brilliant. Let's get these things out of the way, over into the Department of Electronics for now. Get this out of the way. Throw all of those shitty, horrible, cheap switches out of the way. Okay. There's a load of old stuff. I'm going to throw this. There's nothing honestly worth keeping in all these old bits, so they're going to get flung away. Old switches, rusty things. The old nut can go. In fact, the old scratch plate, stick it there, could be used again. all of this stuff out of the way. Bear with me, sorry, it's a bit of an intrusion to stop and wash your hands. Anyway, you know these videos, they never stop and edit. That's my claim. I need some more soap in this here department. Oh boy, Saturday night, work. Thirsty, tiny bit of drink left. I've clamped the Gibson, stripped it all down, clamped it, and be ready for trying to make a little, I don't know what the thing would be called, a jig for cutting splines into the neck injury. Right, let's get one of these, clean one of these. So you can probably still see. Oh, there we are, a bit of freshen up. Huzzah! Lovely. All cleaned up. Right, and everything cleaned up from yesterday as well. So, obviously the table bench is a bit mucky still, but we are kind of, we're in the zone of being ready to put some new strings on now. Ta-da. For that we will need the electronic string windery thing to help us on our way. So we've got locking tuners here. We've got 10 to 46s, so let's just double check everything. We need some more screws to put the plate back on the back. We're going to need to find a cream coloured tip for that, but we'll do that in a minute. And so first of all, let us get the strings aboard, and let's just make sure that with the new bridge, the basic that thing, intonation, playing length is correct. And if not, we have to make some gross adjustments. Hello, through you go. Why doesn't that go through? Now it does. Oh dear. Now I think personally, on another day, I would suggest to Mike that brass saddles on these look great. And you can get them from Northwest Guitars. You'd want the 10.5 mil wide saddles, which is correct for this 52.5 inch, 52.5 millimeter spaced bridge, E to E spacing. So the 10.5 millimeter ones, they're about 20 quid for a set of 6, courtesy of Northwest Guitars. And when you come to do your strings next time, you can change them over or something, because I think they're really good looking and they fit the cream Strat look perfectly, and they're solid as well, so a little bit, I think they're a little bit longer, a bit more durable than these ones. So since I've got the thing, the nut has got no glue on it, I'm going to start with the D, and I'm going to put it on here and pull it through, but I want to make sure, lift up and make sure the string is seated upright, and then I'm going to pull back a centimetre and then lock it off like so, and then wind on that centimetre. Some people will say, why are you doing that if you've got locking tuners? Surely the whole point is you don't put anything on the posts at all. Well, my experience is this: when you fit some strings using locking tuners, by definition you crimp the string and partially sort of break it or weaken it at least in order to get it to hold. So it's very unforgiving if you ever need to slack the string off to alter something, maybe move the saddles back and forth. God, a beautiful sunset out there. Yeah, so, and if you pull it all the way through and do the crimp right at its full stretch, you can undo it again, slack it off in the future, but if you pull it through again, you'll end up trying to crimp it again in the same spot, which is almost guaranteed to break it. So I think this, having a little centimetre's worth of wrap on, gives me a little insurance policy that I can have another bite at it. And for example, you might find that I have to, if the saddles are quite a bit out of position, I might have to slack the strings off in order to, or I may want to slack them right off in order to move the saddles or something like that. Or even if I wanted to change the saddles for brass ones, then I'd want to be able to take the string off the tuner and replace it, or feed on the brass saddles and take off the other ones. Anyway, so it's about having a second go. So if you wind on 1 centimetre, next time, or if you do in future need to slack it off, then you can wind through the crimped bit and pass it through and clamp down on a fresh piece of string that's undamaged from before. So there, that's the plan, that's the logic. So, secret about tuning, as I always say, Mike, is tuning stability is all to do with your nut and the slack in your strings. So think of it as 50% each. Half of it is about getting the right nut and the right material, and the slots need to be cut right, and the first fret action needs to be right. So those are the characteristics of the nut, which is why I use Tusk, and which is why I make a big deal of getting the first fret action right down low to where I want it, and making sure that the slots are right. And if you take care of that half of the tuning stability deal, then the other part will take care of itself. Now I'm just looking at this. The sort of position on this Strat is it's tending towards, the strings are a bit towards the bass side, but actually I would rather it was that way and have a bit more. First of all, I'd rather it was up against the shoulder here anyway, at all, you know, that's the ideal situation. But if you do that and you find it's out of alignment, then rather than just arbitrarily line it up for the sake of it, I would be looking and saying, is there, if I leave it where it is there enough, is the low E on the fingerboard enough to play it without anything slipping off? And if the answer is yes, then I would leave myself with the extra room down here, because there's no harm in that. So if getting the nut right is half the tuning equation, the tuning stability equation, then the other half is stretching the slack out of your strings. And it's something that not many people do thoroughly enough. So we tune up. If this starts lifting here, I'll tighten the claw screws in the back. Right, so that is lifting slightly. So for the purposes of just doing the intonation and stuff, right now I do want this acting like a hardtail for the time being. Then I will a bit later when I'm done with the intonation and the stretching, then I'll come back and undo it. So we'll come back to here, tune again. So we start with the full-on stretching program, which is thumb and forefinger, and we stretch, and we push, and we stretch, and so on. So just go, same with all the strings, obviously being a little bit more careful up at the high E, because it's a 10, yeah, it's a 10, so it should be pretty strong, but the high E is where you can break them. But it's worth doing this thoroughly, because it's the only way you're going to get dependable, solid tuning stability, meaning you can play it hard and it will stay in tune. So you'll see that from stretching like that, it'll have gone out of tune. All of that, about, I don't know, 3.5 tones or something. That, if you didn't stretch that out, it would come out bit by bit when you least want it to. Wow, wow, wow. Very good. So I'm just looking at this spacing again. I think I'm going to make a very small adjustment here. I think it's just a tad too far. So what I do is I'm going to slack off the screws on the back. 1, 2, 3, slacked off, and 2.5 slacked off. Then I'm going to look at the position of the neck, and I'm just give it a little gentle push. In fact, I'm going to do it this way. Just gently put it on there, and I'm going to tighten up there, and all the loose ones back up. So it's only a small nudge, really. It's just given a tiny bit more back to the low E, and it shouldn't have gone too far away from anywhere else. Yeah, not a ton, because to be fair, it would require quite a bit of shim to knock it further out. But I think it's totally playable. I don't think there's any. Not going to worry. It's the problem with Strat necks, or bolt-on necks anyway, is that they like to sit with the bulk of the heel up against the long side of the pocket, which is kind of how you'd think they'd be designed to be comfortable. And I think they should be, if you're making one, you should fit the neck like that and then mark up the center line of the neck onto the body of the guitar and take it from there. But of course, CNCs and routing and stuff, people do them to templates, and so they do them at the same time as each other, and then they put them together, and then they find there's a little misalignment. So So you need to keep on stretching until you don't get any further detuning, and the more you do it, until the stabler it is, the better. And once you get to a point where it doesn't detune any further, usually the plain strings will settle first. Then, with a combination of the right nut treated the right way, you'll find that it will go into tune easily and stay in tune. Even when you use your tremolo. So before we tweak the tremolo, the last thing I'm going to do is make sure that the intonation's right. The intonation is a physical. Oh, I need to tighten up this thing on the end. String tree. No. Strap button. That's a bit loose. But the intonation is basically checking that each string is the correct playing length for the neck that's fitted. And rather than try and physically measure it, we do it using pitch. So we tune the harmonic ping to an E, and then we fret it. That's the same. Should be the same note. Close. Spot on. Delicious. We are sailing. We are there. Now, did I say I lost the little grub screw? I think I did. So what I'm going to do, I probably would be better off with, let's have a look. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm going to tip this forward. Put a not quite, maybe, oh yeah. Put that in there. Find me the little grub screw. Find me a little screwdriver that will do it. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, there goes one onto the floor. Right, it's just, I think there's a couple of spare ones in here. That's very kind of them. The tremolo stiffness is adjusted by means of a little grub screw that fits in the back to help tighten. Oh jeez, I've just dropped it through. Can you believe it? It's very hard to get it done. It's actually in probably could be considered to be the worstest of all possible places, because I'm boogered if I can get it in from this angle. So I think it's because it could be because it's stainless steel and it's not holding on to anything. And also, no matter how hard you crank this, no matter how hard you press down this tremolo, you actually doesn't quite bring this up tall enough to reach the hole. Oh, I can just reach it. And it's sort of, the idea is it gives you a little bit of stiffening, but actually in this case it doesn't seem to want to do that. This doesn't seem to go any further down, so maybe we still have to tighten it up a bit more. Now, will you please behave as a wedge? See, I can't actually get it down any further. Come on. No. Get that to there, and I can try and tighten this up a little bit. Now, for some reason, these are slightly different heights from each other, so well, that's because I probably haven't finalised the action, because I've changed the whole bridge. I've only set the action on the other bridge, didn't I? If necessary, we can change over these grub screws for shorter ones, but let's just take a look. Action man. So we're just over 1, 2. Doing this by eye, really, a lot of the time. There we go. There we are. Right, let's get this done up. Wow, I think that's good. Let's put this on the back. Can we now remove this? You got it, so it's quite stiff now. What I really want is to, well, I'll do that. Hang it there for the time being. Let's get some fresh, clean screws. Get a driver with clean driver head. There we go. And that is that. I can. What I'll do, Mike, is I'll give you these little grub screws as well, in case you want to change them over. Not that you're likely to, because they don't, well, they stick up a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, I think I'm done. Beautiful. Done, done, done. We've got some bits, pieces as well to go back, so we'll put all those together. Yeah, all the original stuff. So, hope that was interesting and not too long and grueling. Thanks for watching. I don't even know if you're still recording. See you again soon.